Hello, friends. I see the energy has begun early today. Hello, hello. I hope you're well. Hi. Hey. I don't know why the lighting goes orangey sometimes. Hello. How's it going? Hello to Movemeister, Batman, Danny, Duke, Renashi, Cav, Minnie, Carmen, Wizard Stars, Repulsarage, Althazar, Cheery Nose, Downpour, Edgar. Hello, hello, Batman. Hello, Wrist. How's it going? Pray returnium to the fuck shack. Just truly the words that I do wish to see when I start stream. Oh my goodness. Have fun raiding some raids. We will. Hopefully we'll get it all done today. I think we should. Like, the first tier went pretty quickly, I think. Yeah. How's it going? I'm addicted to Baldur's Gate. That's how it's going. I feel you. I get you. Baldur's Gate is very interesting because it's like, I don't really care about the plot in any way at all. However, I just want to keep playing like all the time. You know, Asterion. Asterian's like ruining my life. It's fine. And we're doing fine. And like, I have so many screenshots. It's fine. And I was totally not taking 300 screenshots of Silent Vampire. It's actually so embarrassing looking through my screenshot folder because it is, no joke, entirely Asterion. Apart from there's some screenshots of a dog and of an owlbear, and then some of my guardian, and then that's like it. And it's Asterion. That's it. He is very Hanako. He's the most. Hi Sarah, how you doing? That is peak D&D energy. I don't know, in D&D I'm like into the plot. At least in my D&D games, I'm like more interested in the plot and stuff. But Baldur's Gate, I don't know what the plot is. I don't know. There's mind flayers, I don't really care about them. Hi Eternal, how you doing? There are new things to just find everywhere in Baldur's Gate 3, including new ways for Asterion to be a weird little vampire guy. I just want him to be a weird little vampire guy all the time. That's all I care about. I don't care about advancing anything else. I'm so glad he was allowed back in the party, Goose. I hope he's being good. I think the characters are helping set up the plot for me. Interesting, interesting. I don't feel the same, but I'm glad that they are for you. Yes. Seeing you do it, I am pushing through the raids myself and enjoying it. Hell yeah, they're fun. I'm enjoying the storyline a lot. EP and Exhausted, how was the Endwalking? It was most wonderful. I'm only slightly devastated it's done. It's fine. Plot starting to cook for me, but it took a bit to hook me, but characters definitely the highlight. I feel like it's the... I don't know if it's like the Mass Effect effect for me, because like Mass Effect, I also did not care about the plot ever. I think Mass Effect 2 was like the most I cared about the plot, but even then I didn't care that much. Like I couldn't tell you what the plot of any Mass Effect game was, but like the characters are so good. Well, some of the characters are so good. So maybe that's just like how I play these games. I don't know, maybe Dragon Age will change me. I know what it is, space. Yeah. There's a lot of space. I don't know. You were just there for Garrus. Reach, yes. Reach and flexibility. No, I mean, Garrus, yeah. Garrus. I actually got some packages from home, and one of them does have the Garrus body pillow in it. So that's nice. I guess he'll be back soon. This music, it's so beautiful. He's home. I'm so glad. I missed him. I have to buy like a actual pillow to put inside the case, but yes. Who shipped the boxes? My mama. And how many questions were asked? She knows me. She knows me. When will there be an Emmett and Hith pillow? See, the Garrus one I can pass as a joke. The Garrus one I can pass as a joke. What if I just now just have Emmett and Hith pillows at all times? And people just be like, are those Emmett and Hith in your bed? And I'm just like, yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. My only dark urge is Shadowheart. That's beautiful. Just next to each other. Yeah, like they're just having a good time. With Cinnamoroll. Yes, with Cinnamoroll. Cinnamoroll's in the middle. Making sure everything stays stream appropriate. Cinnamoroll will keep Emma in line. You will. God, I remember like months and months, even before I began Endwalker, I tweeted like, I can't believe my two favorite characters at the moment are these two. And it was just a picture of Emmett like looking down and being like, ugh. And then a picture of Cinnamoroll being like, wow! Hi, Yuli. Spaghetti is arriving. Haha, that's a really funny joke. That's a really good joke. Ha 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 ha. The most important part of a home. A Garrus body pillow is what makes a house a home. I think me and Dragon Age have a weird relationship. I mean, it happens. It happens. I don't know if you mean like plot-wise, because obviously I can't know anything about the plot, but I think I don't know. I don't know what these kind of games are called or like the genre or whatever, but like, I have a feeling I won't care much about the plot of Dragon Age. I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe it will really like grab at me because it's more my kind of setting. But like Mass Effect and Baldur's Gate, I don't. I've missed a few streams, so I don't know who or what Cinnamoroll is. This is Cinnamoroll. He's just a guy. He's a little lad. That's Cinnamoroll. He's also that. He's just a guy. He's a you know Hello Kitty? He's like one of them. There's like a whole, so there's Sanrio have like a whole thing of characters, and he's one of them. And I love him. He's my favorite. When you said Cinnamoroll, I thought you were talking about Hythlodays. I don't think Hythlodays is a Cinnamoroll at all. He's too much of a little gremlin. Like, Themis is pretty Cinnamoroll, I feel. Maybe? I mean, he ends up not as Cinnamoroll. Steal the good vibes, they're all yours. My favorite Sanrio, same. Which dessert are the Asians? Ooh. Good question. I don't think I know enough desserts. I'm not. Hannah cares about the plot of Baldur's Gate. I do, it's called Asterion. The characters and world building were definitely the highlights of Dragon Age games for me. Okay. The plot is okay-ish, the world is excellent, and the characters are everything. Okay, I think this is gonna be this is my take right now on Baldur's Gate. Is like the plot, don't care. The world is very cool. The characters, Asterion, is excellent. I care about the plot, what the fuck? I mean, that's okay. As you should. I'm talking about myself. My favorite part of 14 was when Emmett Silk told Cinnamoroll that the disgusting men and scented us that walked the source and its reflection were undeserving of existence, and then followed up with, except you, Cinnamoroll, and then they fist bump. I wish that's what happened. I want it to draw Cinnamoroll and Emmett Silk fist bumping. What does that drink? Funny story. I actually have no clue. Because AJ ordered himself breakfast and then accidentally ordered it to my apartment. So then I got a free breakfast, but I don't know what the drink is. So I don't know. When he arrives to stream, we can ask. But I had a very, very lovely breakfast. It was very nice. Thanks, AJ. I know, right? I can message. Hold on. AJ, what drink am I drinking? AJ, what drink am I drinking, by the way? What was it? The breakfast was a wrap. It was like a chorizo and egg wrap thing, which is very good. I actually introduced AJ to that menu item, so that AJ, no, AJ, no. The drink is pomegranate punch. Well, it's very nice. It's very delicious. No, I mean, it's disgusting. I mean, you wouldn't have wanted it, actually. No. You would hate it. It's, Anyway. Wasting money? No. I mean, I'm enjoying, but absolutely rewarding. I'm sure that comes to it's no, it's fine.
You're laughing? AJ is rapless and punchless and you are laughing?
I will buy AJ breakfast tomorrow. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. Such a heartless streamer. Oh my god, this is no time for hee-hees and ha-has. AJ, are you fed? You better have had food. AJ is sitting there completely unwrapped. Can't believe you would deny AJ food. AJ, you haven't eaten. You haven't had breakfast. It's 11:21 a.m. You were eating his food. There's other food in the world. It's been a rough morning. AJ, do you need me to order you food right now? Okay. A pomegranate punch, you say? Good to know. Let chat decide what AJ eats. I don't think that would go so well. I feel like if AJ's already had his food not to him at one point, then it's not, you know. AJ, do you want the Chipotle chicken wrap? I already have something on the way. AJ, no, what if it, AJ, no, cancel it. AJ, no. Cancel it right now. The pomegranate punch is what was going to be the spark in AJ's day. Thank you so much. Something is already kind. No. Okay. What if you had two things on the way? And then that's like breakfast and lunch sorted. You can treat me later. Okay. Fine. This is Hannah's moment. No. No. I can't believe after everything that this is what gets Hannah cancelled. Oh, what do you mean after everything? Come on. Move the stream to the car. You have to stop his incoming order right now. No. No. Oh my goodness. Absolutely not. Ordering AJ takeaway savage, right? This is the... Oh wait, oh my god, I've heard so... Okay, so assuming that the Pandemonium is P9S and all of that stuff, then I've realized... What? I don't remember all of the things that I've heard. Like, I've heard so many horror stories about the future savage tiers. But I'm gonna see them obviously in their not savage form. So that's fun. I don't remember the things that I've heard though. I feel like there's something about snakes. Penis. It's just... Something about snake? Yeah, that's about right. Okay. Hermes having a Happy Meal. Have you watched the Hermes Happy Meal video, Andres? It actually made me very sad. More snake statues? The horrors are P3S, P7S kind of, P8S, and P9S. Okay. Or V. Oh my god, I'm so behind the times. P9S wasn't that bad. P10S is so funny. I'm scared. P10S is fun, but also hilarious. What if we unlocked Island Sanctuary? I'm a baby savage raider who's only done P5S and P9S, but oh boy, haha, Lamau. Oh god. Hannah, you can do a savage raid. I have done a savage raid. I forget which, but one of them will be your first experience with Limit Cut. Nice. P10 made me want to eat my hands. Oh no. Right. Okay. Fun. Are you starting with the Omega quest? I think we'll go straight into Panda and then we'll do the Omega to like wrap it up. I know so many people that rage quit tier 2 Savage Prog. Oh yeah, wasn't that wait, wasn't there like the Savage tier that like teams fell apart because of it? Is that this? Wasn't there also the Savage tier where like the team made it less hard because people couldn't do it? One of the Alexander tiers? Okay, maybe I'm just like combining a lot of stories. They call them panda raids because they're gonna give you 2 black eyes and heal your bamboo. Alexander nearly killed raiding. Oh my god, Alex raids were hot on folks. Jeez. DSR broke a lot of teams. This was the one where the dev said, sorry, you all suck. Good. Okay. PAS nearly broke out static. Okay. DSR. Have you tried DSR, Yuli? That's wild. Fear. Me too. Me too. I'm excited to do these on Savage. It'll be fun. There was, I mean, I've only done one Savage, which was E4S, and there was only 1 week where I truly, like, was spiraling. Because I heal. And I was just like, maybe I just am not good enough at healing. Maybe I am the worst. Maybe, actually, I can never do this. Maybe this is it for me. Maybe I've reached my peak and I'll never do better again. And then the week after that, I was like, actually, I'm a fucking god. Actually, I'm the best. Actually, I'm such a gamer. I'm so good at this. So it really just like... Friendly Coil Savage was ridiculous too. I mean, coils in general. Isn't that kind of ridiculous? That's just Hannah Gaming in a nutshell. Honestly, it very much is. It's either like actual god complex or falling apart. Sometimes I think about the fact that I once took this like quiz and it compared you to like thousands of fictional characters, and I got Hal from Howl's Moving Castle as one of my top ones. And I was like, huh, I don't see it. And then I rewatched Howl's Moving Castle, and I was like, oh. It makes you feel better. My static lead said he would take you as a, oh my god, what the heck? Thank you. That's so sweet. It's very, very sweet. You better not. Oh my goodness. People want me to heal them. Ah, wow. Oh my goodness. My ego. I have, though I never got very far. The mechanics I've seen were unhinged. Oh god. I would also be honored to have you as a healer. Oh my goodness. I am undeserving of such praise. Anywho, shall we hop into the video game? Shall we do it? How to getting forward over to heal high-end content peak gamer moment. This is it. This is like my... This is as good as it gets for my career, I think. It makes you feel better. My static group said they would take you into T as our tank. I truly am the tank of all time, probably-ish, maybe, kind of. Ignore the fact that I'm too scared to take a tank into trials, and didn't throughout the entirety of Endwalker. Ignore the fact that I've done one alliance raid ever as a tank. Just ignore all of these facts, and we'll be there in no time. Haha. Haha. I also have many, well, first groups are fighting to recruit to that group. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I was actually the one who was doing the zoom out hacks in the last Wild First race. So, I mean, don't tell anyone that, because that would don't tell them. But like, if any teams need some help, I can help. Anyone tries to lure Hannah away from our group will face the consequences. Tanking is easy? No, it's very stressful. Tanking is it makes me feel very, very nauseous. I'll be the ninth man. I'll do it. I'll do it. For every person who cheats in Wild First clears, it should collaborates a new body horror scene with a character based on their wall. Good! Then people should cheat more often. Actually. Right, Downpour? Thank you. We get it. Get it. I think more people should cheat. More body horror. If you die as a tank, it's the healer's fault. But some of the tanks have heals. Hello, crew. Hackney body horror scene coming soon. Hell, freaking yeah. Traumatize this girl. Traumatize the cat girl. I mean, she looks like she's seen a lot. Sometimes the lighting is very unflattering. Tanks are not supposed to use their heals. See, and this is why I can't tank, because I would assume that they would, but clearly I'm wrong. Clearly I'm wrong. Oh, this is for bigger stuff than what I've done. Wow. Have you been enjoying the story? I have, very much, really. It's very, very good so far. Woo! Wow! Oh, this is so pretty. This is gorgeous. Yeah, this is actually very, very beautiful gear. Normally, or well, I guess so far throughout the raid series, I haven't liked the gear too much. This is actually very cute. Oh, those are cute. I like them. I have clemency but only for solo stuff, I swear. I would never, I only have it there in case some Alfino doesn't heal me. Oh, those are cute as hell! Hannah, this was a topic of discussion in another server earlier today, and I wanted to get your input. Let me know what your take is on 14 character designs. Do you find any of them peak? Any particular feelings on Emmett's and Xenos'? Emmett's is... Xenos is, you know, I don't think I'm the person to ask these questions to, you know. I don't have a brain. Use your words. Don't look at me. Lovely, great survey, thank you so much. Do I think any character designs are like sheer peak? Yeah, Emmett's, I do. Xenos, yeah, Xenos, Emmett, Hith, Vinar. If they're an ancient, then they're probably perfect. Elpis Emmett is fantastic. I think Emmett across the board is fantastic. I will say at first, Elpis Emmett like freaked me out a little. Because like obviously we're so used to seeing him a certain way. So for like the first little bit I was like, you don't look right. Like you're not you. But then I got used to it and now it's perfect. The ancients have such pretty eyes. They do. I like that Elpis Emmett had the white hair and yellow eyes because my Will also had white hair and yellow eyes. So from there, my headcanon was born that Will's Azam was Emmett's little brother. Oh, that's such a cute video. Oh, that's adorable. That is such a good little headcanon. I love that. That is so, so cute. Do I think any designs are particularly peak? I don't know. Yeah, I think all of the ancients and Xenos. Honestly, Varus goes hard for like no reason. Like Varus doesn't, like Varus really stands out. Hi Overlord, welcome! Welcome to the stream. Hi String Happy. Xenos is probably my personal fave character design alongside Crystal Axark. Meteon for sure. Crystal Axark for the visual similarity and contrast to Emmett is so good. True. Varus got his degree in servology. Oh, Varus. What a character. I truly just like Varus. Sometimes I just sit and think about Varus and I'm like, what the Actually incredible. So good. Really wish he wasn't like, you know, some primal, but also it's so good that he's a primal. It's in the process of watching the Kingdom Hearts vids. Ooh, enjoy! I miss Kingdom Hearts so much. Crystal Exarch is by far my favorite looking character of the game. I love a tortured wizard princess. No. Whoa, I've never heard him described like that, but actually, hold on. Is there anyone? I don't know. Emmett's just my favorite, I think. He's always gonna be my favorite. Because the thing is, Emmett as well, like, it's not only design, but his whole, like, model. Like, the fact that he slouches and everything. He's just so beyond perfect. So his design across the game is my favorite. It's crazy. Emmett's my favorite character of anything ever, of all time. Who could have seen that one coming? Not I. So I think probably my favorite design as well. Hermes is also one of my faves, but that could be carried by just how well they animated his face. Hermes is like so beautiful, it's wild. Like when he takes off his mask, he just has such like a kind, beautiful face. And then also Themis, oh my god, they just have like these such like soft, warm faces, which is so sad, especially in Hermes' case. But, oh, they're beautiful. I love Themis, me too. Soft voice that wants to grab in her hands and crush them and exhibit. True! Themis is being showcased. Themis is the most soft boy who I wish to just... I think my top 3 designs are Vanar, Meteor, and Estinian. That's fair. I wish we could do like have similar hair to Vanar. I wish that was an option. Themis is Cinnamoroll to me. I completely agree, and I completely yes, approved. Because I drew Vanar as Cinnamoroll, and now that I've been presented Themis, I'm like, oh, well, actually, it's not. I shouldn't have drawn Vanar as Cinnamoroll, because it's not, it's Themis. How do you feel about Vanar's design in the trial? The Heidelin trial? Or like, is that what you mean? Yeah, it was very good. It was very, very good. I don't know if I remember it like completely, but no, I really, really like it. I do wish that more of the female boss designs were not so similar, like in this game. It's probably one of my biggest problems in this game is just like, I wish the female boss designs weren't just here is a very, very, very tight-fitting outfit, and that's like it. That's the whole design. Maybe they have flowing hair. Whoa, legendary! That's crazy. So actually, my favorite trial design in Endwalker was probably the last one, because like it was beautiful, but it was so like twistedly beautiful. It was really, really cool. So I really, really liked that one. What is a lady boss without her boobs and slightly cocked up leg, right? It's just like, I do have a problem with just like how many bosses are, like female bosses specifically, are just like, here are their boobs, and then also they look the exact same model. Counterpoint, women hot. Counterpoint, women have so many different ways of being hot, and there's not just one. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty wild. Pretty groundbreaking stuff happening on this stream, but women don't have to just look the exact same as one thing to be hot. I think it's often because the female bosses retain who they are and aren't monsters. Well, I wish that would happen less. I think women should turn into monsters. I don't know. It's also because personally I love and adore the like women who are like so like the like drawings of like really twisted and like kind of body horror-esque. And obviously I don't know this game can like fully get into that with the models. But I think it's so cool. And like the visceral femininity and the like horrors of all of that is so cool. And like, it's a shame they don't get into that at all. Do you take this issue with Eden, design for Gaia, and Reen's boss designs? I do for Reen's. I don't remember Gaia's well enough, but I don't like love Reen's boss design that much. I didn't like it. Tesleen! Tesleen is one of the coolest bosses! Like, I will say that. I remember, like, when you see the name of Tesleen and, like, the full body shivers I got. It's so cool. Let women turn into horrifying eldritch monsters beyond our comprehension. Yes! Please, I'm begging. It would be so much more cool and fun and interesting. Anyway, so that's one of my biggest problems in this game. But anyway. Yes, like Vicar Amelia is so fucking cool. I don't know, just take lessons from Bloodborne and make women into insane, crazy people. And I love them. And wow, they should be more crazy. Actually, when I was saying about crazy, I've decided I don't want that anymore. No, I've decided to actually take it back. That's very creepy. That's very cool. That's so cool, but so creepy. Okay. Florine's eyes are brimming with the excitement of discovery. Hackney, I've made a breakthrough! After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say... Professor Claudine, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Yes, of course. My apologies, Hackney. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I have quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning, with the crystals that adrift upon the ethereal tides, containing the memories of a party yet unknown. They cried out for deliverance from Pandemonium, where the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions Themis and Erichthonios was sufficient to restore order to the circles. Oops. In the depths of Pandemonium, a present yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. Ew. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will Hackney grace us with her protection? I'm afraid she has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Roussinot. Namely, to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within Pandemonium, where this all began. From all that we have heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion, in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloguing the ancient creations. You can't mean... Do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why, yes! That would be the most efficient use of our resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. Goodbye, I guess. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudine tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, and he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke only to you last time, none but the Professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Hackney, it may be best to return to Pandemonium, as Professor Claudine suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There is something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles. And if we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Brilliant. Delving into these records may shed light on creatures Hackney has yet to encounter. If your theory proves correct, that is. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only her strength to carry the day. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. Duh. Hi Jimbo, hi Chris, how's it going? Okay. Oh no, am I gonna have to fly again? It'll be fine. It will be fine. It'll be fine. No. This one. Down. What? Look at your babies. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll come back and talk to you later because you seem like my kind of person. Hi, Luxury. Right as I log on. Oh my goodness, that's so crazy. How did that happen? Hi, Lux. It's lovely to see you. No. Friends. Demons. Hi. I did not expect to meet you here of all places. Sparkle on! God, I love him. Look at him. He's just sparkling. You seek records of Pandemonium's creations. Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. So you know each other. I was dreading having to go once again scour the archives, but perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. If only you did feisty little chocobo, you would have automatically unlocked flying in every area. Wow, maybe we should do it right now. As should we, for I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandemonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations as so great as to make me doubt Erichthonios' capacity to watch over Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to master interment, that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter. More idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured it will not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the news to Pandemonium. Okay. Whatever you wanna do. Oh no, not this one though. So like, if anyone, hey, so the flying, if there was someone who could fly and flying was fun, yeah, no, I'd love to join your party. That is so crazy. Just gotta make some calls. Do not enable her. What? I'm not being enabled. I'm just saying. I can't do the quests yet. They'll make me sad. Okay, please. I just need some time. I'll do it one day. Oh. Hannah, did you not say Elpis would be the one you were flying for? I did. It makes me so sad to even like be here. It's... Oh, hello. It's not even funny. I don't... Like... I want to do all of these quests. And I will. I just am so miserable. And I just cry, and I don't like crying, and I don't want to be here crying, doing my little flying quests, you know? So... See, and then they play this music. I had a friend texting me around. I'm happy to do the quest. Well, I'm not happy to do all the quests. I'm happy to do this quest. Zone, but just not yet. Not now. Wait, I want that bike. How? Ask how got luxury. How bike get? Okay. Perfect. Excellent. Oh my goodness. Many claps. As I have pondered our expedition into Pandemonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. Hesperos and Erichthonios were two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looks to his father with bold hatred. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions towards a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude toward my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself. It is more or less accepted as the way of things. I don't know why I've never thought about them having parents. What? Do you imagine Emmett Selk having a mother and father? Imagine him as a child. Vanar had a mom. What? What? It just isn't right. I don't. What? Emmett Child was equally as grumpy. I do like that idea. Imagine just baby Azem and baby Hith just being like, play with us, play with us, play with us. And grumpy Emmett just being like, I'm reading. Why? It's like, no, play with us. Oh my gosh, yes, please send it to me, Rachel. I must. I smell a fig. Play with us means debate the nature of this star for baby ancient. Mo and Brita would love it. Are you kidding? Do you remember when she just dropped what's the meaning of life on Urion J? And he was like, what? Verily. I have all the baby Emmett. Oh, baby. Yeah, exactly, cat lady. And then like Emmett just bonds so much with Hith and Azem. Oh, I love it. I could like read a million different fan fictions of Azem and Emmett and Hith meeting for the first time in different ways in different times, and I would just be so content and so happy. Ah, just the same fools falling in love in every lifeline, my god. Imagine Vanar as a child, isn't that wild? Vanar having a mom. That just, crazy. By contrast, the researchers of Pandemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. There were many other aspects to the facility's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of the Words of La Habrea. Hello! My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. That one pink movie. Oh my god, how was Oppenheimer? Stop! A luxury? Why did we say it the exact same way? We both went, oh my god, how was Oppenheimer? Stop. Actually, get out of my brain. What the heck? I hope it was a very good film. I hope you enjoyed. We need to stop sharing brain cells. God. Our opinions. No. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandemonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed. In particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the Words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first, I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited, information, I cannot but feel that the Academia and Ida would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandemonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmise, the majority of the creations kept within Pandemonium was sent from Elpis. Yet, as the years passed, interest changed. Failures and creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandemonium's researchers. That is quite the change, and in fact it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the Chief Keyword, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? I know not what you're suggesting, but the keywords also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit, as of late, their communication has been somewhat sporadic, we but recently received a report from one of the keywords stating that all is well within Pandemonium's halls. Well, really? You are certain that a keyword sent it? Yes, of course. The communication suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence. Don't play this music when he's not here. But I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them for longer than is necessary. All is well. A blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not what adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandemonium with haste. Okay. Elphimus, he's very Graha-like, in my opinion. The sweetest boy, he can also be very serious if he needs to. I get that for sure. Like, he's very... I don't know, I just love how like sweet and soft he is. And when people like need help, he's so willing. And like he won't push the delicate matters, and it's just so sweet. It's just so lovely. Oh my goodness, we're in the bush. I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill. As does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Ericthonios at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. He also fits so well into my pocket. Pocket-sized is such a key aspect to these characters. No, you're doing so good. Thank you. Thank you, Phoenix, for the 4 months. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Not quite. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? Oh. Ooh. There is something to be admired in such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sight so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but that monster is locked away. That it is, in spite of the trouble I went to in freeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with control of Asphodelos wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words. I will find you, and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there is no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Habrea, your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I have heard those words many times. The scolding of a tutor whose students struggled to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. Penguin. No. No. I've not told that to anyone. Not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. That still you insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea. At last, you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind nevertheless. What are you doing? What? As ever you are. Always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate deigned to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. Can you chill? But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandemonium's great experiment. There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that, and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What? What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you? Uninvited guest during our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I am no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. 'Tis plain there are worthier subjects to contend with. We're gonna defeat daddy issues. That's it. They'll exist no longer. Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There is but one person who can hold thrall over familiar, creation, and keyword alike. Eric Thoniel seems to have quite the story to tell. Perhaps we should lend an ear. Can't believe Pandaraid's invented succession. Let's freaking go! I thought we did that in E11. Well, we did. Okay, so we got to defeat daddy issues in like different reflections. So like in the first, we have defeated daddy issues, and there's literally no longer any daddy issues ever to be had. But you know, now we got to deal with it here. It's rough. It's rough. The whole time it gets confusing. Who is the Kendall of Pandemonium? Hopefully, literally no one. Ooh, that's fun. Green. We had orange. It's time for green. It's definitely not Eric. He's never done anything wrong in his life. True. Eric is Greg. Eric's just trying his best, man. He doesn't know what's going on. He's trying. He's trying. Kendall is Varus. Well, if how you say it. Wait, actually, hold on. Wait, but that means that Emma is... I mean... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, he kind of is, huh? You remember that like side story where Varus is like, why am I always disappointing to you? I mean... Ooh. Eric, my little buddy, Eric, please don't become a succession character. And so there can be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as veil and mantle both. Luxury. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes? Do you think he is capable of this? He was a different guy when I knew him. It's still too early to save a son. That is a great answer. That is such a good answer. It's still too early, wink nudge, to save a son. Very diplomatic. I like that. It's too good. It truly is a puzzle with many missing pieces. Still, I see you do not deny outright the possibility that La Habrea is a man with few scruples. That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let emotions stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe that there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seemed guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There's only one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandemonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. My hair goes very metallic in Pandemonium. Then we must move forward with it with no excessive caution. La Habrea, or whomever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandemonium. Tentacles? We can safely assume the other keyboards won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssos one careful step at a time. Why do you use the word tentacles? I shall stay by Erchthonius' side, in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard?
Yeah.
Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. I'm scared we're gonna get separated, Themis. If it does come to battle, the keyboard's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight. Oh my god, that sounds so lovely, Dom! Wow, that's so wonderful! I'm so glad, that sounds so nice. I feel like this tier doesn't or this raid series doesn't mess around. You go like fight to fight real fast. Judging from the demeanor of that familiar, there is little doubt that our enemy has a tight grip on Pandemonium and its denizens. We will be vulnerable. Is Pandemonium Party full? It is, I'm afraid. It is. Just what is La Habrea planning? And what role do I play in his schemes? Maybe for like the last tier we can swap people out or something? That could work. We like to be swapping in enough fights. There you go. So, is there like a place orange that people should hang out if they wish to join fights? I know there were a bunch of people hanging out in Labyrinthos. But, yeah. Volume up for this fight. Let's freaking go. Okay, if you want to join the fights at some point, go to Aporia and hang out there. In Diablos. Crystal Diablos. Oh. 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 We got stolen. Oh no. Carbuncle. Looks like your basement? Huh? What happens if you touch the spike? Crunch! He munchin' and crunchin'. Maybe you can check the right channel? Okay. Should I not be here? I'm scared. I'm gonna go with everyone else. Oh, good. Okay. I always hate the summoner thingies because I always think it's like a random enemy dropping into the fight and I'm like, oh shit. You make them smaller? I should do that. Where are you going, you little silly? Oh, where are we going? Into the green goo. Can we add Protocol Uncle to the little guy's list? We sure can. He's a pretty little guy, it must be said. Too bad weeks of doing the Savage Tour and Party Finder made it so it gives me PTSD. I love that so many people have different songs of PTSD to them from this raid series. I still break into tears when I see the color orange. Um. What? Oh. Oh, God. I get it. Sure. Absolutely. Is that an Adachi emo? It sure is. It sure is. We got this, team. Literally, don't even worry about it. So when I said, what I meant, when I got my raise off. Oh, frick, I didn't realize it. It's fine. No deaths. Done. Easy. Hi! Oh my god, don't touch the green goo. Wait, how did you... Okay. They floated to the island because they're pure and precious and perfect. So true. Ignore the caps. The caps make it. Oh. I had a fishing rod. I like how you don't even hit the goo and it's still like you're dead. There we go. Oh no, I'm allergic. So does I'm so glad you're enjoying all of the Persona 3. I can't even look at it because it's all spoilers, but I hope you enjoy. Oh yeah, we gotta, oh yeah, as is tradition. As is tradition. Please kick this car out the party. How dare you hurt the boy? He is the sweetest in the whole world. He's thinking so hard. We love him. Kiss the boy. He's the best boy. Oh, I need to stay. Wait, I have... Wow, this lighting is really like working on you. I'm not gonna lie, like on me, insane. On Themis? How does he just do it? Oh, all my confetti's in my chocobo bag. He is perfect. So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Echthonios and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. How are you so beautiful with severe green lighting on your face? Since Hannah mentioned Bloodborne, I've fallen down a wiki hole of Bloodborne lore, and I have never played it. The lore of Bloodborne is insane. I played Bloodborne like one time, and I was like, yeah, this game's like alright. Like, I have fun. I like hitting the boss hard. It's good times, nice. And then now I am learning the lore, and I'm like, this game is insane, and it's the best, and everything is amazing, and what? And it's good stuff. I'm the official lore provider for the replay and I am honored. Yes, AJ gives me all the lore and it's so wonderful. I kill Garmin every time I walk into the freaking place because he deserves it. Yay. So true. Even alone you are forced to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious that I might observe you further. Are you? Huh. Interesting. Anyway. What? What? When do we see Nabrialis? Like, actually, I want to see Nabrialis. Like, he had the mutton chops going underneath the hood, and I'm very... No, that does not mean it's time for the roulette. No, that is no. No! He had the beautiful voice. I am Nabrialis. It was something like that, I'm pretty sure. That's the one! True! When does Bluebird Mask Holder show up? True. Well, the circumstance is different. I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long. But I believe we can forego introductions, unless I have misread you. No, I got it. No, I get it. No, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. No, like, I get it. Am I supposed to know who you are? That would be kind of funny. Oh yes, the second canonical sex haver in our cast of Ancients. Wait, who's the first? Wait. Oh yeah, Emmett did have to have sex, didn't he? Whoa. I was like, oh, yeah, whoa. Emmett sired children. He had sex more than once. Oh. Imagine forgetting Emmett. The thing is, okay, here's the thing, is that I'm so deep in the Hackney Emmett world that I'm like, do people like, are you referring to my ship, or are you referring to the plot of the game?
SMH my head.
I'm so far down the absolutely delusional wall shipping that I'm like, are you talking about the plot of the game, or are you talking about my ship? Or are you... I don't know anymore. Thank you so much for the 199 bits. Thank you so much, Goose. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're so real for that. I'm reading a really good fic right now. It's consuming my every waking moment. It's very sad. Anyway, Emmett's cool, huh? What's in the fifth fight? It was fun. It was very fun. I liked LB3ing because I felt like I could do one thing to help this team. I liked the mechanic, actually no, genuinely, I did like the mechanic of the squares. And like where the, I think it was like where the AoEs, I almost said the AO3s, let's ignore that. Where the AoEs were, they like stayed in their square. That was fun. I liked that one. And then the AoE zoom one. That was cool. That was cool. The jumpy bit? I don't think I know what the jumpy bit was. Also, when he picked me up, you like that bit? Unintentional fanfiction corner. I found that really fun. It was a good fight. I would enjoy learning that. I understand that my son's rhetoric is rarely compelling, but come now. I can be none other than La Habrea of the Convocation of 14. I can be none other than La Habrea. This man. This man. If you are who truly who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. Excuse me? Do not hurt the boy. Oh, did you mean to hurt the boy? I think you did. Now this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether, and an unfamiliar composition besides. It is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here and Erichthonios' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. If this turns out to be like a twisted story of like the obsession is rampant and like trying to bring back his mum for the son to talk to his mum, and then he took over his wife's position for his son, but then his son misconstrued, and then I'm gonna eat this up anyway. Mother, you would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Erichthonios. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Erichthonios, wait. There is a question I must needs ask first. Azur, if you're talking about Persona 3, it's probably best that you do it in the Discord because I don't want any spoilers on the voice actors in the original or the new one or anything. Because I'm probably going to be playing Persona 3 for the first time soon. If you truly are La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. Say my name. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. The La Habrea that I knew took pride in the convocation and would never suffer its denigration. You sully his station with this farce. Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. Oh. What? What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Oh, this is getting juicy. I was so curious because obviously he's going by Themis, so I was like, maybe he's not part of it, yeah? And then he said he was working like with, I don't know. Imposter. You have no right to claim that form, that mask. What is going on? What? Who? It was a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all, who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty? The family drama just keeps increasing with every scene. What? Huh? What? Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise. Such trite provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Ericthonios, listen well. I am Hephaestus. I'm and it is whom you should call. It is I whom you should call father. What? Okay, so La Habrea fucked question mark Athena. Athena fucked this guy question mark. Athena had baby. Athena had Eric. Eric very sad. Eric have daddy issues that are only getting worse. And then and then dad took over mum's job when mum maybe got murdered, but also I don't know which one did that. And then Themis is pretty. I don't know. What? What? Hephaestus. 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 And it is I whom you should call father. Wow. What in the name of creation? We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order, Elidibus. I think an explanation is in order to Eric, no? Is it... Let us return to safety so you may provide it. Oh, he's just explaining! What? What do you mean he's explaining? You're explaining! This is insane. He's like, you need to give me an explanation? After that? La Habrea! What? Ah, that sounds more like the La Habrea, I know. You can say hi. I swear to God. Insane. Why are you smiling? Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the convocation and emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. Oh no! Oh my God! Such words are comforting, truly. I shall offer an explanation in time, but first, let me assure you my choices were not born from animosity. So when did you first say that Themis was Elidibus? I mean, they do say his... I mean, he speaks, and he looks like that, and he has Elidibus' voice actor. So that kind of gave it away from the very, like, first second. Yeah, it wasn't really anything that I found too subtle. But, yeah. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. The broth is too rich. That's all Elidibus. Wait, what did you say? Say it again. Please help him. save him. I still don't understand. Me neither. I see Elidibus has chosen to keep odd company. Such a vexing composition of ether you possess. Thanks. I guess this is a surprise in case you'd forgotten. True, I guess the thing is like, if you're doing this when they release, it might be quite different. But obviously I'm playing it like straight after hearing his voice, so... Oh, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh, also the way that the wall like looked at Themis was like, obviously it's not voice acted, which I kind of think is a shame, but as soon as Themis spoke, the Warrior of Light's face like changes into one of recognition and being like, oh, it's you, and like that felt pretty important. But and also that's one of my favorite bits of this whole trial series, not gonna lie. It's just the Warrior of Light and Themis looking at each other. But I wish it was voiced. I really do. I really do. They brought Elidibus's actor back for like 3 lines in all of Endwalker. I love and find this song to be some measure of haunting. Same. I love this bit of the song a lot. They were very good lines. I said the exact same thing. Yeah. We could get the raids voiced. Yeah. I've been thinking for a while about whether Crystal Tower should be voiced. And I don't know what I have concluded on whether it should be. But at least the normal raids, I think I would love them to be voiced. Because also I think Sid is such an underrated character. And I think having more of his side content voiced would be like good for him. Because Sid is so... Sid is so, and like Sid's importance in Shadowbringers is just so, and so I want more of his stuff to be voiced. Sid is my favorite piece of firewood. We love firewood. Yeah, like holy moly, Hermes voicing a Mon like in that fight. That would be so crazy. I believe, I don't know if it's Sid focused, but there's like a Garland focused one, I believe, that is like good for Sid, I think. If I could pick one thing to have voice acted in this game, it'd be the Shadowbringers trials. That's very fair. Like, and I think it goes to show how important voices can be, because at least for me, one of my favorite bosses in this entire game is the Thancred Ranjit boss in the Eden trials. Just Thancred saying she deserves all of the happiness. It gave me shivers just remembering it. Like, it's the best. It's so good. And like, I think they need to do that more. And the voices add so much. And I will never get over. Endwalker, you are beautiful and I love you so much. That freaking Urion J scene with Graha and the Warrior of Light should have been voiced 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times. I don't get why it wasn't. How dare they not? I think it's insane that they didn't. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Which one? The one where Orion J is saying that he is willing to sacrifice himself as well in Ultima Thule. Like, he's voiced in the scene after when him and Ishtola, like, do sacrifice themselves, but, like, obviously because we already know Orion J is gonna do it, he doesn't get, like, as much of a presence in that scene. So then Ishtola gets the presence, but then that means that the voice acting, like, Orion J doesn't get that, like, emotional voice acting moments. Which is sad. They voice so many Lothric ones and they're nice, but I'd trade it in a heartbeat. I would too. Like, I love the Lothrics endlessly, but I would trade it for that Orion J scene. Like that. Yeah, anyway. As you are aware by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azim and I detected irregularities in Pandemonium. We confirmed best friends. I thought that was who you were talking about, but I didn't know for sure. And we're best friends forever. Anyway. And my dear friend Azim and I detected irregularities in Pandemonium. We decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I am sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azam nor I had ever met you in the flesh, you came with her highest recommendation. Stop! That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in the world a guiding star so similar to herself was out there amused Azam to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in her heart that you would be a formidable ally. I'm going to throw up! I love Azam so much. How? Azam kind of slaps. They do. Furthermore, I have heard stories that Mistress Vanar, who held the position of Azam previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. She too now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware though I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. Why? Just voice it! Voice everything! Voice it all! I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe that you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that. I love you. Please. I admit my grasp on what just occurred is somewhat tenuous. Doubtless La Habrea can elucidate matters for us. I'm a little bitch. That was so nice of you to admit that, La Habrea. Thank you for the follows. Thank you. Ooh. This one piano note haunts me. I assume Vanar probably told Azam after we left. I love that. And I love that Vanar mentioned it to Elidibus. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea, and truth be told, I had hoped we never would again. But I see now that I was a fool to think I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that called himself La Habrea? And why is he the spitting image of your younger self? Oh. I find it hard to believe that you've only just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandemonium. Do you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandemonium, including the fact that Azim and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the key wards stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. When... How did I say it? How? I'm scrolling in chat. Hold on. Oh god. I can't find it. Oh no. I can't. Hephaestus. While Hephaestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning. I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another to masquerade as one of the convocation. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. It is not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him, as he is my other half in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way. Yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire. All the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry, a reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems time is a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now that he is awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster unto our star. As Chief Key Ward of Pandemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? 'Tis a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet, as you can see by Ericthonius' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Azim and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. It was the only way I could truly determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No. You've spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that Hackney has stood against. Oh no. Hackney, is it? A being of such ether as I have never seen. What are you? She is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to her stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Hackney. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. I love that he calls us his guide, the guiding star. It's so... It is too soon to give up on saving the others. Agreed. We still know next to nothing about I need to write this down. Hephaestus. I'm writing it down. Can I write it down? I'm writing it down. Hephaestus. Agreed. We still know next to nothing about Hephaestus, and I highly doubt La Habrea has been forthcoming with the truth. But we've managed to regain control of Asphodelos. You must be made to see that there's merit in continuing on this path. I have it. Speak in your official capacity as Elidibus the emissary. Judge which approach is more sound, and even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion on Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust you'll find the best way forward. It is actually so devastating to think about 5.3 Elidibus and this Elidibus and the memories, and I want to replay this whole game and just be miserable. Very well. Then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandemonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, interring any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Hackney's might and Erichthonios' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and only then decide if our endeavour is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandemonium. You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. And you're even more tedious than I remember. Hackney, come find me when you're finished. Cricket Crumb's time. She's gonna take on Eorzea with her little feet. She's gonna walk so much. Erichthonios is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray lend an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lightened. If some people here have not seen Cricket Crumbs, I'm afraid I am going to force you to witness Cricket Crumbs. This is Cricket Crumbs. This is Cricket Crumbs. This is my Lalafell ult, and she is going to take over the world! I love her! Cricket Crumbs will become a sacrifice! She'll sacrifice you if you're not careful. I feel so bad for her, she doesn't know. Me as well. Quest accepted. Take Eric to therapy. Yay! Is this a Cricket Crumb stream now? If not, I'm leaving. I'll log out. I'll log out. Let's start from A Realm Reborn. Is she min height Lala? She is. She is indeed. You have done all you can with words. Only your actions can convince me now.
Okay.
Despite recent developments, our plans remain unchanged. Pray call me Themis for the time being. It shall put us all in the correct mindset, and in fact, I may be coming to prefer that name. Cricket Crumb. You know, I was watching a video on the history of the Game Awards, and then they talked about Peggle, and it was like a flashbang went off. Yeah, and I was just doing my makeup, and then I heard them start talking about Peggle, and I was like, people know about Peggle. This is like an actual thing. Peggle is actually a game. It's not just a hallucination that this stream came up with. He likes to hear you call him by his real name. I never, ever, ever would have been like, well, no, maybe that's like, I don't know. Elidibus fanfiction, I would have delved into it, but it would have never been high on my list. We're rewriting things. It's in fact actually so high on my list. Themis, he talks in like such a beautiful way that I'm just like, oh my god, fanfiction could go off with this, and they could just, wow, they could, my guiding star, oh my god, like that could, wow, they could really go for that. Anyway, giggling, kicking my feet, etc. Thank you for the follow. Do you remember Hephaestus run Bioshock? Not by name, but maybe if you... It's been so long since I've played Bioshock. Maybe if you can message me like what, or tell me later what their role is, or I don't know if it's spoilery or... Basically, feel free to tell me whatever. I would love to hear, but I don't know if it's spoilery, so do it in the way you think is good. Yeah. I think that's much of a spoiler, then go for it. You do have my gratitude, ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, Lahabri would have carried out his plan without a second thought. It's like the engine room. Oh! Mods, can we do something about this? Mods? Someone get this under control. Hold on, I'm just googling if it's what I think it is. Yes! Okay, I'm with you. Yes! I think I got very lost in this area. Me wanting to play Bioshock one day is all ruined. I remember now. Have you not played Bioshock? It's time. It's time. Actually, oh wait, I was gonna say Danganronpa 3 first, but I haven't even played Danganronpa 3, so... You got bored both times? I think I found it... I'm very bad at scary games, so... I can't say... I think that helped. I was definitely pretty engaged. But also I knew going into Bioshock that I loved Bioshock Infinite, so that helped. That's very understandable. I feel air about Bioshock 2. I really liked Bioshock 2. I need to replay them, honestly, but I just loved Infinite. Infinite was like my first story game ever. I never play scary games anymore. Arano, I'm gearing up for October. I'm gearing up. It'll happen. I get very scared. I really do. When at first we realized the creations had slipped their bonds, the other key wards did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold. Secrets that would be buried in Pandemonium were reduced to rubble. Secrets that would be buried in Pandemonium were reduced oh my god. Secrets that would be buried if Pandemonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words. The truth of my mother. While La Hebrea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus. Why can I not do it? Hephaestus. Hephaestus. Okay, Hephaestus. I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. Asbestos. That's him. The Scooby-Doo movies, unironically incredible. Silent Hill, I really, really want to play. Maybe that should be the October series. I know Bluebird is literally the Silent Hill person to me. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's Silent Hill time come October. I would be down. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as though they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Hebrea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. What do you think, Hakane? Does the La Hebrea you know have any regard for the lives of others, or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? He wants to use my ally as a vessel? I don't think we should say that. I don't want to, well, I was gonna say I don't want to make the family worse, but it's not really great at the minute. If October is Silent Hill month, I am there, I am ready, I am running laps around the room. Have you ever played RPG Maker horror games? No. I have not played most horror games because I am an absolute coward. Truly. Make them worse. Well, that in and of itself isn't reason for suspicion. He's one of the convocation and must forge the path for mankind. Naturally, not all of their activities are conducted within the public eye. But it is plain there is much to consider. Thank you, Hakane. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Hebrea that we are capable of saving Pandemonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be regain control of Abyssos. I still kind of want the community to make a game aimed specifically at Hannah. God. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us. And seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford, Hakane, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. Researchers of different layers seldom contact one another unless work is involved, and I know next to nothing about the key ward of Abyssos. Any morsels of information La Habrea can offer would be a boon. Thank you so much for the follow. If you're unfamiliar with survival horror, I would start with Silent Hill 2. Are they not, like, connected? Because, yeah, I don't think... So, survival horror, have I played any? I've started playing... Me and AJ played some Fear and Hunger the other day. That was so fun. But also, oh my god. Oh, I played Resident Evil 2, 7, and 8. It made me fearful and hungry. Very fun. It was very fun. I didn't really know if we did much, but like I had a blast. I enjoyed the vibes. The horrible, horrible, horrible vibes. We went into the feces. Please, when you say we, hold on. There was one person who very much wanted to see what was down the hall, and I felt like it wasn't a good idea. I was encouraged. I said if you wanted to, you should. That was up to you. I was putting it all in your hands. Can a mod quote that, please? We really need a freaking quote bot. You encouraged me. I said, hey, if we're doing one more run, you do what will make you most happy. And you said... No! Oh my god. Silent Hill 1 and 2 are not connected. The only thing is that they take place in Silent Hill. Today I learned that Silent Hill is a place. Lovely. I've played Until Dawn. I don't think I've... Was the Quarry the one that we played as well, AJ? Was that the Quarry? We played the Quarry. Oh my god. I recorded some of it and it's never seen the light of day, but oh my god. There were moments in the Quarry where AJ and I were crying with laughter, like actual tears. It was incredible. I have never seen AJ laugh that hard again. That was the most hard you've ever laughed, ever, in my presence. Actual tears. It was incredible. Thank you so much for the follow. Despite recent developments, our plan remains unchanged. Pray call me Thema. Oh, you, sorry. If you know that little about Silent Hill, it's gonna be fantastic. I know nothing. I know, well, yeah, no, I know that. I can't even, I don't know any characters, I don't know anything. Play Fear and Hunger, you'll get it. We can tell you about our Fear and Hunger activities. Oh my god. Eric Thonius appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Azam. Your unusual ether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I have seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think that I would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. Azam never ceases to surprise. Stop making Azam the best character in this game, because that's me. And... Stop. Oh my god. Oh my god, I've started doing the hand on the hip. Ib is amazing. Mad Father is fantastic. I've not heard of any of this. Oh my gosh. The previous Azam was much the same. In taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions, and people that are a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this matter, the true danger of Azam's nature is its tendency to infect all those she comes into contact with. Emmett Salk said much. Emmett Salk said much the same. Trust that I shall do naught that would violate my duty. Sorry, just gonna screenshot this one. I got Emmett Salk mentioned in text, let's fucking go! God, when I replay this game, as soon as they just say, oh, that soulless guy from Garlemald, I'm gonna be like, oh my god. Who? And yet so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish no more of Abyssos, I take it. Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief keyword's reach is far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation, or perhaps they have been transferred to the deeper circles. Yet, Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome. Three gods? No. I have not. I speak of hegemony, a key ward of Abyssos. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruptions, it is unmistakable. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her still, there is something else at work. Egg. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's already been twisted into a hemitheos, doubtless against her will. Hackney, Themis, we must rescue her from that cruel fate, and if we cannot, we can at least seal her away until we find a means to undo the damage. Your allies make you bold, Ericthonios. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you. Dude, I love this raid series. The absolute just family drama is incredible. It feels like such a... We've taken such like a small little story within this world and we're like so deep in it. I don't know, it's just so cool. Like, even if this wasn't La Habrea, I would still be so into it. Because it's just like such a deep study on these like relations between these people. It's so good. Oh wait, sorry, I'm not ready. Hold on, oh god, I lied, I'm sorry. Hegemony was a woman of research and logic. She would never be swayed by Hephaestus' wretched schemes. I hope she was not made to suffer overmuch. Let us not change a strategy that has served us so well thus far. Bring hegemony to heel, Hackney, and Ericthonios and I will inter her when the time is right. Now we prove our strength. Only then can we free the other warders and unveil the truth hidden in Pandemonium shadows. Oh, thank you, Orange. I feel bad. I take so long. I like this Eric guy. I think he should get a free pass to fight his dad. I think so. I mean, it would be kind of cool if the last fight is with Papa. Well, fake Papa. The fact that it's about the ancients makes it so much better for me. Yeah. Like, it's kind of why I'm so excited to do all the side stories in Elpis eventually when I can emotionally handle it, because just learning about this place and time is so cool. Whoa, that's cool design. It's just so neat. It's so cool. BGM million. Oh no. What does this mean? Did they just say bastard? Ooh. Also, hello new party members. Thank you for being so patient. My goodness. I'm sorry. Sorry if I'm not good at like with the fight, because man, I'm just in the music. Those weapons are so pretty. I need to focus. I'm so sorry. But also they're so blue and glowing and that will rot from the inside out. Oh, I have a parasite inside me. Oh my god, I really do! Whoa! That's freaky but cool. This is what I mean. Body horror. It's happening. You vomited all over Raid. I got scared. I got anxious. I threw up. Emmett, pick me up. I threw up. I'm gonna die. You can look after yourself. Okay. Emma, come pick me up. I died. Looks like I was wrong. Okay. Emma. The song is incredibly good. I hate this. I don't, it's good. I'm just very bad. I'm very afraid. And I have no mana and I just, everything sucks. Oh god. Oh. This is not. This ain't it. This one ain't. Really extending the fight, so the song, yes. Wait, but you're gonna swap. Are you gonna swap them? So I wanna go where everyone else is. I'm gonna die. Oh god. Okay, I don't wanna go where other people are. I don't know. I lived. I'm proud. I'm so confused. Did I just get rescued into the bad? I felt like I understood things. Oh, frick. Okay, well, I did kind of good. Oh no, not this, not this, not this, not this, not this, not this. No, 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 no. I don't like it, and I don't get it, and I don't... Ah! Well, I understand one mechanic, and that... You know, that's a win. Oh my god, you're perfectly fine. Lux, don't even worry about it. I remember the days when I was being purposely rescued to death in the Shinryu trial. Word. I meant to face. I was trying to face like a way out of everyone, and that didn't go quite as I planned. Oh boy. She flew off. She keeps throwing up. There's so much. I can't see anything. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. There we go. This music is so good. That was a really cool boss. That was really cool. I sort of got your wish. I did. We're on the right track. Remember when he rescued you in there that one time? I do. I do. How could I forget? What are you doing after work? Just a question. So long as she lives, there is yet hope. That was my shining moment. We've won! Lux, every time I rage with you is a shining moment. You are our raid lead and we would be so lost without you. Oh my god. You are the guiding star. Exactly! It's true. It's true. Inventory. Oh wait, I can use these. I don't know where. I cannot use these. Okay. The song is so good. Also, do you ever hate being a crafter? I hate being a crafter. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Oh my god. There's just so much stuff. I hate it. That's what retainers are for. They're full too. Everyone's full of stuff. They all got too much stuff. Okay. Why do I have a Mother Poxy card? Oh my god. Buy more retainers. No, don't they cost actual money after 2? Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, the saddlebag being open. Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. I could sense from here that hegemony had been contained. The effect of Hephaestus is, if you see me looking down, it is because I'm looking at how to say it. Hephaestus' tinkering is even more dire than I had imagined. As is to be expected, Erechthonios appears quite pleased with our victory. You know, someone who's 13? What do you do with, like, all of those retainers? Do you just send them off on ventures and stuff? Or is it for storage? We've won! The keyword is sealed away and alive this time. La Hebrea can't deny us now. Both? 14, 1 for each shard. Jobs and storage. Selling. Making girl. Okay. Interesting. Servant of violence? That's great. But the designs are so cool. Hot. Sick. Make them into your blowbows. I do have not Uri on J. So. Sure. Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Hegemony has been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. You have the right of it. I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Moreover, this being, either as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue a Hemithios, has made this ordeal far more interesting. You flatter me, my god. Then we have leave to continue? As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him, for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond Pandemonium. And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. Can you stop? Look at this poor boy. Oh, stop. He's so precious. I am afraid he is quite Connor. I didn't quite see it at first, but he is so Connor. Oh no. No. So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can appraise his companions. That's something that Hakanei and Themis taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path, and to act before that path lies closed to us. Then tell me, what is it you hope for? A better dad. To see Hephaestus in chains. That's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandemonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. Oh, the camera work, my god. And there we have it. You must leave this place at once, and do not think to set foot in Pandemonium again. Stop it! Stop being mean! You are capable, that much is plain. Yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle. This is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena's is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel, and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something else no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think, Erechthonios. I have already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it? To see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives. What was that? What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother. Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss... You gonna punch him? You can. Oh. You would call me fool? You, who murdered your wife in service of your ambition? For the sake of the star, no doubt. I can hear it again. That voice inside my head. I know who to follow. Hephaestus. Father. Mother. Oh, I love you so. And this voice will guide me to you. Oh my god! Eric, no! No, listen not. Listen not, Erechthonios. Apologies. You taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I could never even grasp the rudder. Don't smile! Don't! It's Eric! They put bugs in him! This was Hephaestus' work. There can be no doubt. It seems he learned from his previous failure. He's like the only guy I know in 14 so far, and now he's got bugs in him! We'll get the bugs out, look at him. I promise. Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Erichthonios, it made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. 'Twas but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Erichthonios himself failed to notice until it was too late. God, he's so small. And he's taller than me! If this is the measure of Hephaestos' power, then the other keywards had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless, Hephaestos' magics fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? I did. As I thought. Someone was trying to warn Erichthonios, but whom? Could it have been one of the keywards? Alas, their warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Erichthonios past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy, and Hephaestos knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. Oh, you're having regret? Oh, I really hope you learn from this. There is time yet to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandemonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. Just as with Hesperos, Erichthonios is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestos' spell. However, I have faith that he will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. Lahabrea, pray tell us all you know of what we shall find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandemonium is called Tartarus. And your passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestos has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving past the threshold. That, I expect, is where Hakone shall shine. Stop! Her dissolute ether shall allow her to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestos' had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure. Then time is of the essence. Hephaestos is already well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Shine, shine, sunshine. Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our success, and I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. Tell me the truth. Oh no, don't tell me the truth if it's accompanied to this music. We have yet to discern what end Hephaestos would use Erichthonios. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. And then there is the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Erichthonios' feelings for his mother? While I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema. What? Anathema. Something or someone that one vehemently dislikes. Okay. You act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it? Anathema? I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those who feel its still greater pain. So instead of being honest, you bicker like a child. How dare you? No, no, you are right. The blame for Ericthonius's fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well, I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low. Okay. The remaining keyword is Agdistis. She has served in Pandemonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even among the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He has hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your ether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Agdistis. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with ground on which to fight and phantom allies to aid you. As for the interment, I have yet to think of a foolproof method. Interment shall not be necessary. From here, I can sense Agdistis' essence, but it is scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemony. She has been transfigured such that barely a scanting of herself remains. We can but take comfort in what a mercy the underworld will be to her. Okay. Jesus. Well, we're only on 7? Oh no, okay. Yeah, okay. I shall establish control of Abyssos, while keeping an eye on your battle. When the dust is settled, Hephaestus will have nowhere left to flee. I sense that Hephaestus has come close to perfecting his image of a Himethos, which means his research is in its final stage. You are so tall, just my god. I hate this fight, especially on Savage. It's very, very funny because everyone has like a different fight that has clearly just destroyed them in Savage. So everyone, like, every single fight, someone is like, this fight murdered my entire bloodline. I can't wait to do it on Savage. It's great. I can't wait. This place is pretty though. This is very pretty. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Fucked up creatures, yeah. Yeah. Still has boobs though. They have to have boobs. You know, one day we'll get there. But, you know, we have to know. We have to know if they have boobs or not. It's... we have to. I like this. Oh wait, can you see it? Oh, you can't see it? Hold on. Very good portrait. Very, very good portrait. This one's good too! Very nice. I do my best. I like it a lot. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. That bit of the music, oh, oh, oh. What? How can you? Ah! Ah! Is this fight stressful as a healer? That's cool, okay. So just some spicy healing checks. I quite enjoy a spicy healing check. Holy shit, that is a lot of damage. Uh-oh. Oh no! Raid White's a vicious. Demus is trying so hard. Screaming like your gods can't hear is so raw. I love that kind of thing. Oh my god. My mage has tools that works well for this fight, so I think you'll enjoy it once you figure out the puzzles. I've really enjoyed all of the fights list here. I really enjoy the I don't know what you would call it that they've got going on. The whole like, so like they've had all the squares and now they have circles and like moving into what square and what circle you're meant to. It's fun. I like it. The arena changes was a fresh change. Yeah, it's really cool. I very much enjoy healer checks, like Luxury really wanted me to try Uwu purely for the healing stuff in the first bit. And at first I was like, oh, I don't know about this. And then I was like, oh, this is incredibly fun because the actual sheer stress I feel throughout is incredible, and I love being so high on adrenaline that I'm shaking. It's really fun. What a joy to be had. Thank you!
Say goodnight.
So true. Thank you so much, Jake. Thank you for the 31 months. Holy moly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing well. This song is so good. Thank you so much, Shippiness, for the 32 months. Thank you. I hope you've been well. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Uh-oh, I'm gonna die again. Oh no, not! Thank you. Holy. Literally. god, many things. Many things, very much. Many, wow. And I was like, wow, that was a great decision by me, and then immediately yay. God. Gaming. Scream. Oh, I got 33. Which is a very lucky number, but not when it comes to rolling. Oh my god, I thought that was the person. I was like, wow, that's sad that she came out of the tree. Tree is vanquished. Tree was very fun. Tree was very, very fun. This is such a beautiful area. I wish I could run around. I hate Tree. Tree's pretty cool. I like Tree. I mean, Tree... I mean, I couldn't talk because, God, many things occurring at every time. But very fun. Hi! The moment Agdistus was slain, the flow of ether and pandemonium focused keenly. Sorry, the police are here and they say, La Habrea, you're being arrested for being a bad father. I don't know if you can even hear the sirens, but they sure are here. Evil Groot was cool. Nice. The moment Agdistus was slain, the flow of ether and pandemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here. This space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a key ward would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. A go. If only I could restore Tartarus to order, but I am afraid this is the most I can manage with such power as remains to me. It has been too long, Master La Habrea. Likewise, Key Ward Agdistus. I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spells, even diminished as you were. It was not an easy task, even with your aid. His curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. And thus am I able to appear before you now, even while my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands. Some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. The report. That was you. Doubtless you recognize my voice from the many times I have called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There is something you must know, and the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I am about to do, Master Lahabrea, but the story must be told. 'Tis the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Erichthonios. No longer can you hide your heart away. Hephaestus? No, the mask marks him as Lahabrea. Master Lahabrea had brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Erichthonios? My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. We would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Erichthonios believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He could not bear the truth. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools, to be used and discarded. Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me, or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parent's shadow. Erichthonios loved his mother more than life itself, and yet, what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Such is Lahabrea's nature. Every action, every word a solution to life's great dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to Lahabrea to paint the rest for you. And for Erichthonios, I hope. Thank you, Odysseus. I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens? Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final key ward has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. He's a goatee. I do imagine younger La Habrea just like did he shave his entire face? Like just shaving foam, just shave it all. Do it all. It was Erechthonius's hatred of his father that caused him to fall victim to Hephaestus's magics. Yet the roots of that hatred were born from his son's love. A love nurtured not by a mother caring for her offspring, but by a researcher creating the ideal test subject. Pandemonium abounds with demons indeed. Athena kind of fucked up. Kind of crazy, I think. Streamer, please ignore all of the party sounds I simply do not perceive. I close my eyes. And ears. Thesis was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments. That she would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still, full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I could think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. From a son's undying love for his mother was born a deep well of hatred for his father. For Erechthonius, these emotions were all too real, the efficacy of Hephaestus' magic sense. Yet they were spun by a guiding hand, one which sought to use his inner turmoil as a tool for experimentation. One final wish. La Habrea would speak further of Athena's fate. The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. She did not offer him a position here out of sense of love or pride. It was merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. Athena, girly. I see now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Erechthonius could handle the weight of such betrayal after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long. We can fix her. Sometimes they shouldn't be, and that's more fun. Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating Hemetheoi. I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena. That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned to Erechthonius to safety, in accordance with Agdesis' last wish. Very well. I can, at least, assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple now that Hephaestus can no longer bend Pandemonium to his will. There is but one place left for him to find refuge, the Black Heart of Tartarus, where Athena built her testing compound. I kind of love Athena. I mean, this child's doing a lot for Athena and Azim, which is two characters I will never see, and two characters that wow, they do be polar opposites. My god. Yes, women's rights and wrongs. The Azim and Athena trial. Wow. Wow. We can assume that Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. La Brea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Hakene's Phantom Warriors. I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartarus would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus. I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus myself. There is no need to dirty your hand with such a deed. This god. I take it then that you have no intent to seal him away as before. The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, he has become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he wields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see these events play out again, so he must be extinguished.
Okay.
Well then, I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together? He doesn't know! He doesn't know there's a whole other tier! He doesn't know! He must know! No. If Hephaestus truly means to continue Athena's research, then Erichthonios is indispensable to his goals. He is safe, but for how much longer, I cannot say. The end is in sight. Return to me safely, friend.
You are so wow and so yes and so
Indeed. Indeed, Yuli. Indeed. Eats him. Indeed. Chewable. Hey. Hey! Whoa, yeah! I didn't see him. Please, don't do that. Please?
Erichthonios is mine, heart and soul. And with your death, none will be left to stop me.
Perfect and perfect. Those nails, are you kidding?
oh, I love how the that's so cool that the Orbi magic is a different color because it's La Brea doing it now. Wow, I love it.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison.
Let's hee hee. Let's ha ha.
From fulgent flame my servants rise. Out of my sight!
Okay, I'm sorry.
Leave naught but ash in your wake. Let seep sorrow into your heart.
Holy shit, Katago's hard.
I tire of this farce. Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You are afraid to be consumed.
I'm what? Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Snakes! Are they the snakes? Are they the snakes that I've heard about? Is that them? Is that snakes? Is that them? I've heard so many rumors. They're the snakes! Oh no! Oh no.
Perish in flame's embrace.
This music. Holy moly.
Go forth and sate your boundless hunger. From fulgent flame my servants rise. Let seep sorrow into your heart. I shall see my wish fulfilled. You will know my rage.
What does any of this mean? And then you go over here? And then you go over here? You're insane. Ow. Everything hurts.
Sear flesh from bone.
So it's the ones that like square off to this one.
Leave naught but ash in your wake. A fitting death. Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You are prey to be consumed.
I am prey to be consumed. Why are there more snake things? No. No. No.
Oh, and this? Are you joking? Calm yourself, sir. You're insane. I was fine. You're insane. We do have a dad fight.
Perish in flame's embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
Sorry, he just really smacked the floor with his face. Yay! La Brea, now it's time to face your trauma? I think it's everyone's trauma at this point, honestly. Now we end this. Yay! Yay! He'll get them all out, he must. Oh! Ah! Sorry. Just quite excited. Boy achieved. I like how the marks are on the ground. That's cool. Boy. I swear, okay, I don't know if I'm making it up. I swear the, like, scenes look so sharp throughout this. The, like, cinematic, the cutscenes look so, like, sharp, and, like, they've, like, changed the focus or something. Is it an Endwalker thing? I'm only noticing it now. If it was in, like, main game Endwalker. But, like, he just looks so, pops out, I don't know. The chain of events that that led to this moment began with my error, when out of mercy I confined you here. And now I break it and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. I see you will not go peacefully. Oh, but he looks cool though. Don't. No, stop. Even a cast-off would uphold his prime, though such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of La Brea once I fulfill Athena's ambition and bring Erechthonios' dream to life. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. Oh, La Brea, that was raw. That's a good line. Oh my god. As for Erechthonios. He knows not what his wish would beget. The truth which you have hidden from him. Do you truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate? My wish? You would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his body, you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared naught for Chthonios, beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Oh, sorry. He is still my son, and I'll not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You, who are naught but the bitter dregs of Athena and I, the very worst of us. This is so juicy. Oh, just the, like, she would see the world in flames if her dreams was in the ashes, and Athena and I had this, like, twisted, fucked up ideas, and oh, you are the worst. This is so juicy. It's so good. Okay, sorry. I just feel very fine about it all. Oh my god. Mother, she... No, then who? How do I... Honey, it's okay. Don't worry. Someone had a toxic match. And I say more right now. We for sure knew you would love this story. It's so good. It's very good. I just love... I'm sorry we're doing this in the... Eric, I'll be right there. I love, and it's no secret, I just love toxic, obsessive, like, just the, like, ideals that have become so twisted, and, like, the fact that it's, like, this family, and it's just, like, so rotten, and, ooh, like, oh, it's, like, the same as, like, when I was walking through Amarot for the first time. And I was just like, nostalgia can be so beautiful and wonderful, but this is like, this is a poison nostalgia. This is such a twisted, awful nostalgia that has destroyed this man. And it's just like, oh, I just love it. I love it when they're so fucked up and they're just so mentally unwell, and I could just look into their brains and be like, God, you're so messed up. I care about them deeply, and I wish for some of their happiness sometimes. Sometimes. The fucked up toxic Athena Lahabre relationship better be the biggest one on earth. Oh, please, bad. Oh, please, bad. I got the worst news in the world. Oh, please, bad. If I could present to you a wonderful cat boy, how would you feel? He's very nice. He's very lovely. $42! You know, I will take 42. I was expecting nothing, but I will read all 42. I'll do it. I hear you. I owe you and Themis an apology.
Boy.
Oh. Image self narration. Back in the days of paradise, we were allowed our toxic relationships where we indulged our selfish and immoral research designs and whoops accidentally murder our spouses, and there was no judgment.
It was a utopia. And now look at you with your values and morals. God. Ugh. Thank you for the bits, Orange. I owe you and Themis an apology. Athena, did you ever? And Lahabra... that camera movement really played with me. I was very confused. Athena, did you ever? And Lahabrea, I will have my say. The camera look at this raid series is insane! The cutscenes are... oh boy. How? His mind was mine. I can't explain. Hakume's words reached me through the haze. They rang loud and clear. Like the focusing, I don't know, this... mwah. As did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding with truth. I'm so proud of you! I know, I wish there were voices. Like, I'd love to know what he sounds like. How? When did you master these bonds? You taught me since I was a kid. Oh, we've interred much worse. You worthless! You! Ugh. Holy shit. Ooh.
Boy.
Values and morals, she says in air quotes. Have you seen where we are in? Leave those at the door, please.
Thank you for the 100 bits. It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. He's incredible. Anyway. You did well, son. I wish this was voiced so much. Oh. I will pay Yoshi P. I don't have enough money, but I'll pay him directly. I'll give you all of my coins. I'll do it. I got like 5 and I'll give every single one to you. I promise. I'll give them. I'll do it. If we put it together, your $4, my 5 coins, we'll raise enough money in seconds. That's so much. That's 99 bits. Oh, sorry, I muted it.
No.
Okay. 8 potatoes and some coins and Emmett Salk saying, no. Emmett Salk saying, no, changed my life, and you could change it again, Yoshi P. I'm telling you. Trust me. With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we may safely return Erechthonios above. That he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. You quite understand his adeptness in the art of interment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless.
Okay.
I'm proud of you. You're doing great at being a better father. Lahabrea is looking at Ericthonios with concern. He's feeling emotions. I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind, and for a blessing, it appears your body is none the worse for wear.
Hi!
I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing Pandemonium's barriers have ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? They don't know there's one tier of the raid left. I see. Despite his muddled senses, Ericthonios felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper course. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. Lahabrea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed. He was naught but the parts of my memory and soul that I had cut away. A mass of ether without a material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale. Of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me. I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready. Story time. Get your popcorn for family drama. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the Words of Lahabrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she that it was not unheard of for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, we have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass. She sought to enter the realm of the gods. Good for her! Let women do what they want. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fancy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As leader of the Words of Lahabrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with a creation. The weaknesses of one would be mitigated by the strengths of the other, and the result could be something greater than we had ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. Cute. I take it I was born not soon after. Just so. I believe she bore true affection for me and was blind to her hidden intentions. Athena! She just like... Did she like get this guy, Lahabrea, to have a baby with her so that she had a test subject and then like combine? She's crazy. I fucking love her. What an insane woman! She's insane. Absolutely crazy. Truly. So concerned. We love women in STEM. I have to give it to her. We love women in STEM. We need more women in STEM. Athena. Genuinely though, I really do love her. Like yeah. Yeah. What a little concerning. Oh, no. Do we know what she looks like? No. I want to, but like, maybe she can be a ghosty too. I don't know. I am concerned for Eric though. I'm very concerned for Eric. Eric really did not deserve any of this. We applaud Athena, but we also protect Eric. Yeah, come on. Just so, I believe she bore true affection for me and was blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandemonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandemonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could devise. And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her. I made haste to Pandemonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Agdistis to keep watch from Tartarus's vestibule as I ventured deeper, knowing not what would await me. I can name must adopt Eric. I'm so down. I have so many adopted children. What's another one? Like, he really was just doing his job, learned his co-workers were losing their minds, and now his mom might have seen him and treated them as a gerbil, not to mention the mixed signals for his dad. Yeah. As what occurred next, 'tis best to see with your own eyes. Oh, we get to watch? Yay! Yay! Is that Athena? Go, you. Golly. Is that me? Yeah, it seems to be. Holy shit. You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Elpis, the researchers of Pandemonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this? What, indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception. You must have known you could not conceal this from myself and Agdistis forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this but once. Release Ericthonios, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down. I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time has come, I will have you know the why of it. And you will not desist. Once you understand what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping me was never an option. The feelings of one weigh little against the needs of the entire star. Of course, of that I am well aware.
But you did not deign to descend from your lofty height simply to lecture me as you would a child. You have an interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother to the son of the great La Habrea, to embark upon the path to her downfall? History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, La Habrea, and we shall... No! Slow down, I can't read that fast. We shall know one another more deeply than ever before. Impossible. You bonded your souls. Aye. But the boundaries between us would cease to be. She offered me everything to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment, my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me? I am become thee, memory and mind. And I thee. Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am. Yes, as if it were my own. A fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, for the star. How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. Try as you might to excise the memory, the seed of desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the self-same fever. I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption in my soul. Your rotten insight spreads. They are incredible. Wow. 'Twas my weakness that let this wickedness fester. But never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion and abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was and I live only as La Habrea. The camera work in this series is insane. The direction is just like on another level to anything in this series. My god. Thus did I forsake the part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. Yeah, no, you're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. You that's our emissary.
That's our emissary. I love him. Oh my god. Sorry, right. You guys are crazy. Have you ever looked up what like a toxic relationship is? Labra, please head to r/relationship advice. Right now. My god. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Igyorm and Emmett Selk in particular made plain the suspicions they harbored. Who? Emmett Selk? Sorry, what did he say? As well they should have. That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played into my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I had never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. I know, I was saying earlier, AJ, it like actually devastates me to think about this this Themis and then 5.3 and it makes me quite miserable, actually. Yes. Athena must have anticipated that I would resort to such measures, and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. You are both so extreme, but like it's so fun. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as a husband and father should, yet in truth he was but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. Oh man, I don't know if there's much fan art of this series, but like, I'm just imagining a fan art of like Athena literally like puppeting La Habrea, and that would... There's zero fan art of this series. Good. There shouldn't be. I have to say, I rarely follow the 14 storylines closely because I think I might have the time to play it one day. I won't, but I'm so glad I was here doing the fucked up tour. I know, I'm so glad you're enjoying it so much. It's really cool when people who haven't played 14 can still like really enjoy like the mini stories. It's so cool. Oh, wait to look up fan art. Oh yeah, don't worry, I'm not. His goal was not to raise himself high. He thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again, and that she might finish what she began. Themis and Eric kissing? Hey, yo? You know, I didn't think of... Whoa. I was too distracted by the whole my guiding star stuff, but yo, good for them, actually. Yet for all of that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need for control blinded us to other perspectives. While I was enthralled to Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? What does your heart tell you?
I just want to know one thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me? Even knowing how I felt about my mother? The La Habrea I know had a fatal flaw after all. I'm still not convinced. I have said all that I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me or not.
No, 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 no. Christ. Okay.
The La Habrea I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don that mask once more. So before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say, thank you, Hephaestus. I have said that all that needs to be said. From this moment forward, I pledge that my heart shall not lead me astray. Hephaestus was far more than an imitation of La Habrea. He was quite literally a part of him. But La Habrea to me is a man who thinks of naught but his duty. By casting aside the burden that Hephaestus represented, he shall become ever more himself in a way.
Look at him. Wow.
I could have ended the entire Raid Series here and it still would have been top 2. I think it would have been in my top 3 for sure, but I don't know. It wouldn't be 1, but it would be in my top 3 somewhere.
I've heard enough. There is more I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandemonium's gates. I'll gather my thoughts on the way.
Although, okay, my top 3 would be Omega, Eden, and this, but I think I need to replay Omega. But that was very high. My memories of it make it number 1, but I need to like replay the actual story. Oh, but is it? Okay, Eden has my favorite boss. We have regained complete control of the facility, but it shall take some time yet until things are in working order again. Athena viewed Erichthonios as the ideal test subject. Hephaestus' research must have been nearly complete to seek him out like he did.
I owe you an apology, Hakone. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandemonium, then I would have never known about La Habrea's story. My father's story. It was a tale I was too fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to speaking with Azim upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this she foresaw. I am afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. As long as you retain control of Pandemonium, there is work to be done.
Oh.
But of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory.
Using the facilities in Tartaros, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That is well, but I must yet learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments, and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. And I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence, that this mistake never again repeats. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I had not considered its origin until I saw the one containing Hephaestus' ether. I was struck by how wholly different they are. There is another? While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone besides the present company, and Asm, was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandemonium. Then, why would they not make themselves known even now? No threats remain. Perhaps it was one of the other warders. We shall question them after they are freed. That task may take some time, a resource I'd rather not steal more of from you. Return at your leisure, and we will share our results then. You've done more than enough for the time being. I am of the same mind. Leave these loose ends to us, and continue your journey. Or, if you are so inclined, take a much-needed repose. This talk of journeys smacks of Asm. As well it should. She has pledged to keep moving until she has seen every corner of the world. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Habrea. You may be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend. Hey, aren't we gonna get like a fucked up Athena monster boss fight saying this? The only thing that... That's... Okay, I've been thinking the exact same thing. I don't know how it would work plot-wise, but I want Athena boss, crazy, insane, fucked up woman boss, please. Just the worst. I look forward to you returning with the crystal, but worry not. I shall try my level best to stave off loneliness while you are gone. You're just gonna say that? Like it's okay to say that? As you may have noticed during our battle, La Habrea's mask crowns me when I've transformed. I did notice that. It is said that we manifest in a way that reflects our innermost selves. I had thought that mask a symbol of the chains that bound my heart, but recent events have caused me to reconsider that assumption. The crystal that hangs from Erechthonios' waist was a gift from me, made in the hope that it would spark growth in his aptitude for magic. It's plain he no longer requires it, but I see no reason he cannot wear it for a while longer. Killed Elidibus. Wasn't technically me. Was it Graha? I don't know. But yeah, you know, the history books would write it a certain way. I choose to ignore. As someone who knows practically nothing about 14, what's the deal with the mask? I don't think it was her. So, they, in their, like, time, they would all wear the masks because, like, it wasn't, someone can probably phrase this way better than I can. they all wore like the same outfits, and it wasn't about the person themselves. Like they were such supporters of like debates and like commonality and like togetherness in like to promote the whole, that they didn't really show individuality. So they would hide their faces and stuff unless it was like for a reason they didn't show them, unless it was for a reason that they showed their faces. That's why they also all wear the same like outfits as well. So, but in Pandemonium, I believe because Pandemonium is like a research facility, no one wore their masks. So I guess to like have the opposite effect of the whole individuality thing, Athena wears her mask. If that makes sense. Because she's like so against the rest of the workers there. Why, but isn't Hackney? Excuse me if I'm not up to my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Claudine commissioned for his search was lost some time ago. Now we've quite lost track of where he might be. Oh. And to make matters worse, Njiji has just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the ethereal sea. I was just on my way to the Ishascope, in fact. Please, you must come with me. Okay. She is so quirky. She's like not like other science researchers. Now hold on. That's a little change. What? What is that? Is it real? Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? No! Hello? Oh my god, the drama continues! And you too. Professor Claudine's assistants, I take it? Bring the daddy issues into this raid series and just keep bringing them in! Oh my god. As you arrived before me, I take it you were involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. Hee. I got rid of the snakes. I can't believe he's here. He's so mad. I'm sorry. I just keep causing so many problems. It's fun though. This music is playing because the Warrior of Light is what Emmett is to us, but we are to him. While the research summary you've submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming.
The professor's last message indicated he was on his way to Az's Law, but we know not whether he ever reached his destination.
Warrior of Light Gremlin theme. I can't believe this was Azim's theme all along. A rash endeavor, even for Claudine. But he has ever allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but to entreat Ishgard's aid in searching for him. Bring American! That's another man with daddy issues? Let's go! As for that unsightly fortress, which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandemonium was it? It cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled as to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring it for further irregularities. You two, submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance at such a time that our investigation has concluded.
Okay.
Very good. Now, if you will excuse me, I must apprise the Forum of what has occurred here. What does this all mean? I don't know. My god! Just when we need him the most, Professor Claudine remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. We are left with scarce few straws to grasp at. While I am but a lowly assistant, even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my unexperienced imagination failed to do Pandemonium's pitiless spies justice. I can only wonder if the facility itself traversed the ages. Did the creations within do the same? What of the key wards? But answers to these questions shall come in time, I am sure. For now, I must do as Master Fortuneau asked and write that report. As for you, Hakane, pray get well rest. We're ending the quest. It was pain. I like how it ends like on a pretty good moment. Oh my god. It ends at a pretty good moment of like, the story could be concluded. And then they're like, what if we didn't?
Thanks, friends. I will in a second. Oh, I did the wrong one again.
Yeah. Right. No, for sure. Yeah, I liked the other one more. Right. Okay. Anyway. Healer vibes. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. My leggies.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom and then reply to the mods and then I shall return. So I shall be back. Boop. There are so many people humming in sync on my screen. Oh no, they weren't! There was a beautiful chorus of people humming. Wow. Oh wait, you still can't see them because I haven't changed the thing. There we go. Wow. So many hums. So many hums. So cute. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you muchly. Sorry, the mod's is still talking, but... Okay, the mods have informed me that I probably do not have time to finish the whole final tier. So I was thinking we could finish up the Heartless Hypothesis one, and then we can finish this next week. Because I simply cannot stick to a schedule. Sounds good. Gaming? Let's freaking go. Let me swap my thingy-majig. You did a great job. Thanks. I rambled too much. Whoa. Wednesday next week? No, I'll be doing... I'll probably be doing Yakuza 4 Wednesday to Friday, and then this on Saturday. It was fun reading with you. Thank you. It was very, very wonderful. Thank you to anyone who joined. It was really nice to have all the swapping out so everyone could have a go. That was very, very lovely. So thank you to anyone who joined. It was so lovely to be carried by you. So thank you. Yes, very, very true. I'm sad I can't finish them, but I will have to wait a week. Also, reads the best on one today. Exactly. That's why I don't want to do them if it wasn't gonna be all done in one. But yeah. You're this close for all of us going to card content savage. Is that what we're gonna do? I didn't know what we'd which savage we would want to start out with. Could check out the first Alliance raid. I don't know if I want to do that if the story isn't done. Like, I think I would rather wait until the whole Alliance raid story is done. Who really is dead? I mean, I'm not fussed about doing current content savage. I'm down with Uwu, but I just want Zervin to be done. I need Zervin to die before we do anything else. That's all I need. Blind prog was fun. I'm tired and I'm done. I just want him dead. I just want him to die. I just need him gone. Okay. Yes, we do. I'm so sorry. But sometimes on, I don't know how much it happens anymore, but when Sophia was the Unreal, we would do a bunch of, like on Tuesday, we would set up party finders and stuff. So maybe when we have cleared Zervin, that will start up again. In which case you could absolutely join then. Hello. Do you want to come into my pocket? And I shall take you on an adventure. I miss her as unreal. Oh my god. The music was so much better. The fight was more fun. I just miss Sophia. I'm so done with Southern. Like, Sophia, even if I had like the runs for the week, I would just do it for fun because it was great. It was just really fun. And Zav, and I'm like, oh. Seven's mad, very. So true.
Sensors indicate we have arrived in Rads at hand. Objective: identify factors for resistance to involuntary transformation. Hypothesis: unaltered survivors of the final days will display significant strength of heart. Confirming this theory will require the cooperation of live subjects. Where is the ward designated for residential habitation? Understood. Karma set as our sub-destination. Please take the lead and select the subjects we are to interview.
Oh my god, there are coming! Oh my god. Oh my god. Stop. Stop. It's just a baby. Yeah, Shubal, you can join in too, man. It's just very cute. Do you want to come over here and talk to me?
Come on, little babies.
Look at the stairs. Warning, please avoid stairs whenever possible. My projections indicate high risk probability for accidental slippage leading to catastrophic structural damage. Stepped inclines also increase my energy consumption by 63%. In mortal terms, they tire me out. Taking into account the difference in individual limb length, the design is inherently flawed. The convenient step height for one is an exhausting trial for another. Were I to oversee the civic design of this settlement, I would construct a sloped conveyor belt which enabled automatic traversal. 0 personal energy expenditure. Love it.
Quack, quack, quack.
Alpha chirps enthusiastically, apparently unfazed by the prospect of climbing the stairs. Let's go through the Ethernet because I don't. Oh wait, can we? Okay, I'm gonna risk it, little guys. Stay close to me. Hold onto my hand, okay? Oh, I think they're coming with.
Yay! Good job, boys. You did great.
Been catching up the VODs and sharing highlights with my wife who thinks they're all fine. Aww! That's so sweet. Aww! Thank you so much. I'm glad you've been enjoying. I'm glad that both of you can enjoy. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you for the sub! Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy all of the emotes. Thank you for the support. I love the Final Fantasy games that just my evil wife fucked me life up and used my son as a guinea pig and literally made me rip my soul in half, and I've had to live with the consequences 1 second, and oh my god, look at this cute little chocobo. It has a jacket. Whoa. Now you say it like that.
Hey, don't I know you? Yes, after the beasts were taken care of, you told me to join everyone in the square. Thanks to you, I was there when Vitra gave his speech, and I found out who Varshan really was. It's a shame we don't get to play like we used to, but Mama says Vitra has been busy putting the city back in order. Maybe I can work for him one day when I'm a man grown. Vitra, Midgard Sommer's offspring, yes? And this child wishes to put himself at the worm's command. that he might make his own contribution to society. A pattern emerges. I predict that the Hanish survivors are those who had ingested Vitra's blood and become his draconic minions. Though dragons were no match for our civilization's might, their combat capabilities are not to be underestimated. It is unlikely they would experience emotions of dread or uncertainty as exhibited by lesser beings in times of undue stress. Shubil in the back, that's my minion! He's mine! The Shubills don't like to hang out with you. You know how some minions, like, they have to be at your feet at all times? Not Shubills. No, they hate you. They just watch from afar. Dragons? I'm not a dragon, and I never ingested anyone's blood either. Ugh. You are not a Vitra's horde, so you possess no hidden means to fight off the beasts. What of fear then? You were frightened? Yes, I was frightened. I just hid and hoped they wouldn't find me. At least until she told me it was safe to come out. Bow, 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 bow. Yes, this is my Shubill. They don't move. Like, it will take so long for him to come and hang out. Why so melancholy, man? Are you a traveller? Please, if you have a moment, I could use an outsider's perspective. You see, I was one of those who sought to escape the madness plaguing the world by fleeing to the moon. Not that we ever went in the end. So here I am, recently returned from Sharlayan. Except now things are strained between my sister and I since she chose to stay and I chose to leave. I asked her to help me find work and she suggests I look somewhere that isn't Thavnir. Jesus. As if I wanted to abandon my home. Ugh, it makes me so angry. Your point is unclear. You elected to relocate to the star's satellite. Thus your relative now perceives you in a negative light. Your sibling's judgment is an error. Based on the information made available to Hanish citizens, your decision to withdraw to the moon was both logical and correct. Conversely, the decision to remain at Han, despite the low probability of survival, defies explanation. Perhaps her reasoning pathways are faulty. Okay, don't say that to her though. That's right! I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but I'm right, aren't I? Also, I'd like to think. The problem is I understand why my sister feels this way. I almost decided against going myself. Even then, I wasn't sure that leaving behind everything I love was the right choice. And with the way it all turned out, Oh my gosh, I hope you enjoy cats. I'm sure it will be, many sights to behold. Yes. Headcanon Azim submitted the Shubil concept to the Bureau. It's my partner but a bird. I accept this headcanon. I support it. I have little baby Azim made a Shubil to annoy Emmett with, and then Emmett made it his familiar. And then I cried. Oh, hello again. You're the one who came to ask me questions about Kalzal. I'm glad to see you looking well after all that unpleasantness. I remember the burning skies and hearing the screams, but truth be told, I'm still confused as to what actually happened. I only know it wasn't unusual for entire families to go missing. Many of my neighbors' houses lie empty even now. Kalzal's place is one of them. He had no close relatives to speak of, and I heard that it was members of the consortium who came to remove his belongings. What a terrible thing to have to do. Terrible? Kalzal's passing was recorded in the report. Clearing out his domicile and readying it for new habitation seems an appropriate allocation of resources. Dear me, what a clever little contraption! But of course I'm not against making use of his quarters, that would be wasteful. It's simply that Kalzal was always such a vigorous person. All that passion, all those dreams, suddenly gone. I feel the same sorrow for everyone who was lost. Seeing the remnants of these vibrant lives packed away in boxes. That is what I mean by terrible. Hakane, I require a moment to process this input. Let us move apart and discuss our findings. Come on, little guys. Come over here. Blue part. Processing data. Evaluating hypothesis against accumulated evidence. I offered an optimal analysis of each subject's testimony, yet each time their responses conflicted with my assessment. Without identifying the root cause of this conflict, I will be unable to properly define what constitutes strength of heart.
Perhaps this matter is beyond you.
Perhaps the heart you seek lies in the conflict itself. Perhaps we should continue the questioning. Acknowledged. A larger sample size will increase the probability of discovering an underlying pattern. Next, I wish to interact with an individual who endured similar circumstances to Kozal prior to his transformation. Are you acquainted with any local merchants who had dealings with him?
I think so. Okay, that's not who I thought, but we'll go with it.
Jinaba of Baha of Ruveda Fibers, acknowledged. Sub-destination set.
Yo. There's a little guy who was good at trading fishes. Well, he's getting good at trading fishes.
It's very cool. I like how it brings things back around to deal with the fallout of the stuff we did with Graha. Yeah, big time.
Fish fresh from the ocean for flame.
Quack, 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 quack.
Alpha looks back and forth between Omega and the Hamza, showing visible concern. Halt, Hakane. Do not proceed beyond the fence. In this body, birds of that side represent lethal, unthinking threats. They will peck my casing apart, searching for meat that does not exist. Conversely, Alpha can correctly identify my absence of nutritional content. If only he would apply that intelligence towards maintaining a regular feeding schedule. Poor habits adversely affect his mobility. He's a baby! He doesn't know how to eat properly. He's trying. Well, look who it is! I must thank you again for your help in moving our textiles. Recovering from those tragic events has been difficult, of course, but with everyone pulling together, we've managed to get things back up and running.
Chinabaha, I come with questions related to that tragedy. Specifically, your survival of the final days. Although you are similar to Kozal in many respects, he succumbed to the transformation and you did not. Why? What is the critical difference between you and him?
What? I'm sure I don't know. I'm not especially brave or courageous, if that's what you're asking. Perhaps being focused on protecting our workshops kept me from spinning into a panic. Still, I imagine Kalzar would have been feeling that same sense of responsibility. Perhaps the weight of it all is what invited his demise.
You were of the same mind, resolved to the same purpose. Yet your strength of heart, of spirit, was not equal. If merely emulating the individual is insufficient, then some other unseen factor must be involved.
Not to interrupt these deep philosophical musings, but do you think I could ask you a small favour? There's a man by the name of Nashvan who's been helping us out here while he gets back on his feet. I have a feeling he'd benefit from speaking with you. Leave by the eastern exit and you should find him just outside, organising some new inventory items.
Hello?
I don't remember any
instructions I was given, but I will find you. Oh! That's fine. He's just tired. Yeah, That's all our orders accounted for, and everything looks to be of good quality. Kamala will be pleased. I can hear the warrior reply, that's fine. You were with the Scions, you were there.
Hello.
Yes, I'm sure of it. I'll never forget that day. You and your friends helped us escape when people began changing into beasts. My own son. Oh no, you're him? No! My own son, he was afflicted. Then that huge monstrosity loomed right over him and... I remember. My heart turning to ice, freezing in place. The Satrap came to my aid, but then he too was gone. So much Dad. And then a certain cowboy helped, I believe. There he is! The memories run together in my mind like flashes from a nightmare. Only the words of your comrade still ring clear. I repeated them over and over like a mantra as I fled for my life. You must run for their sake and your own. It all seems so surreal, which was probably what saved me from the transformation. The truth of it didn't begin to sink in until the worst of it was over. Thank you! Daggy, thank you so much for choosing to continue your gift sub. That's so, so sweet. Thank you very, very much. I hope you're doing well today. I have not the words to describe how I felt then. The sorrow, the overwhelming sense of helplessness. I may still be wallowing in misery if not for my old friend Baha. I'd lost my will to work and he encouraged me with kind words and odd jobs. Now, somehow, I live again. I'm thankful to him, to the courageous Awan, and to you. If you see your comrades, please let them know their efforts were not in vain. You said you lost your will to work. This signifies a cessation of efforts to maintain basic life functions, yes? What changed to extract you from that stagnation? An offer of work from Shinbaha should mean little to one without the desire to accept it. Was it some manner of mortal instinct, a primal need to survive and thrive? Instinct? No, it wasn't that. If anything, my instincts were telling me to lay down and welcome an end to the pain. Every day I think of my boy's final moments. I think of how scared he must have been, how it must have hurt, and I want to scream my throat raw. Satrap 2 still haunts my dreams. I see him being swallowed whole and jolt awake in a cold sweat. But something changed when Shinaba came to me. I looked up and saw that, even without my son or Haiwan, the world around me continued to turn. And because that fact grieved me so, I knew it fell to me to live on and remember them. Strange, isn't it? What drives me to rise in the morning is the very sorrow which once crippled me. Now, I really must return to my work. To lose this job after everything I just said would be a poor jest indeed. May the sisters keep you well. Sorrow. the emotion generated by mortals when their ideals fail to materialize. This I have observed. Yet when I listen to how Nashvan's sorrow served to rescue him from near-fatal despondency, his logic eludes me. Am I incapable of perceiving the full measure of the heart's properties? My best projections failed to predict our subjects' responses, and despite their almost equal occupational and mental parameters, Jinabaha and Kalzal exhibited different reactions to the dynamis effect. I am no closer to recognizing the pattern for involuntary transformations, and your ephemeral mortal spirits confound me as much, if not more, than they did before. Have you considered that there is no pattern? The hearts of others were ever shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it's time we move on to the next element you want clarified. No pattern. You imply that the transformation was not contingent on individual fortitude, but rather a random contribution of environmental factors? Such a theory would explain the otherwise conflicting data. Very well. I shall accept this as a provisional conclusion to this part of my investigation. I do, however, expect you to continue supplementing my education of heart-related matters. No. It's a really nuanced set of emotions to untangle. The fact that the act of feeling sorrow may enable one to stave off prolonged despair, grief as well. Yeah, I love stories that like explore the ideas of grief so much, just because it like can affect us so differently, and how, like he said, like grief once left him like wanting to just lie down and do nothing, but at the same time the next day it can push him to try harder and to remember. And it's just amazing how the themes of Shadowbringers and Endwalker just combine so beautifully, and it's so good and so scrumptious. And yes, I got to, how's it going? Oh, Alpha, you're so cute. Yes, oh my god, so true. Quoi, for real. Oh god. Okay, I'm very glad. I thought we were gonna go back to somewhere I didn't want to go, and I was very afraid. Our next destination will be Camp Broken Glass. I desire elaboration on the dealings between the Ilsabar contingent and the citizens of Garlemald. The report described the contingent's purpose as the salvation of the local populace. Furthermore, both factions faced a common enemy in the Telephoroi. Why did they not immediately combine forces to their mutual benefit? Yes, dude. I was. 100%. This inconsistency requires closer examination. Akane, initiate teleportation. I will. Oh, the game will. Are you gonna be chilly? Baby! No! He's cold! Honey, no! No! Oh my boy! He's chilly! No! Okay, we'll get you inside. I don't really know how or why, but we'll do it! It's cold there. It is! Now that Alpha said it, it must be. Teleportation successful. Evaluating immediate environs.
A cold weather region by ethereal standards. But this must be an inside joke. Like how much they say it's cold. There's no way. There's no way. A cold weather region by ethereal standards, but significantly less extreme than a star with ice planet classification. This body should not be unduly impeded. In contrast to Alpha and his uncontrollable shivering, my frame appears highly resistant to low temperatures. Retrieving data. Records indicate that remnants of the contingent force and a number of Imperial citizens yet inhabit this location. Frosty's little chocobo. No. We must speak with representatives from both factions and explore their respective attitudes. Proceed. Come on, little babies. I just had a mental image of Alpha and RJ hugging one another because of the scene where he came back with the moon showing. They're just both little cold guys and they just need to hug for warmth. Oh my god, it's you with one of the best lines in the whole series. Good for you. Hakane, come to see how things are progressing, have you? I can't speak for the overall strategy, but communication with the locals has become a damn sight easier since Euless and his soldiers stepped in to help. This fucking guy? He made me cry. This fucking guy? Oh, this fucking guy. He devastated me. Oh, we still face our fair share of distrust, of course. Some folk even think we're enslaving minds with our foreign magics. We have Anima to thank for putting that idea in their heads. But all things considered, I'd say we're doing pretty well. Establishing an open dialogue was the first big step. Query, you consider this level of progress acceptable? The reality of your efforts falls far short of the ideal. If your aim is to provide efficient succor to the local populace, then absorbing the numbers into your command structure would be the optimal path. Oh, I wouldn't want to go that far. We're not looking to take over their nation. If we're to do this the right way, we need to recognize and respect each other's way of life. So, while it may not be the easiest solution, I agree with the contingent's slow and steady approach. I'm just happy we're saving lives. Yeah. Let us carry Chocobo in our winter jacket that Tataru gave. Let me keep him warm. Please. Skill issue. You okay? A shadow from the past. Yes, I know you from Victor's Spoils. Have you come to laugh at me? A wretch who chose to lose Lucinia and her sister rather than accept your help? The fool who ended up reliant upon your charity nonetheless? No. Well, perhaps I deserve your derision. My compatriots surely scorn my failed conviction. I have shamed my people and brought dishonor upon my nation. I am no better than a kept beast my pride sold for a bowl of feed. But my soulmate that you shall not have. I've refused your honeyed offers of a new home. This land is where I belong, and this is where I shall remain. You demonstrate opposition to the contingent's overtures. On what basis do you refuse this cooperation? The data suggests the local populace is struggling to produce the bare minimum of sustenance. Have you some secret strategy for survival? Or do your orders compel you to accept your present misfortune? Oh, must I be mocked by a Magitech toy now? No, I have no secret strategy, no binding orders. I but comport myself as any true Garlean patriot would. Uncompromising, unbending. Blast it all. Once again, this input is unanticipated. Let us move aside and process what we have heard. Okay. I think we need to work on like, just general vibes. on how we respond to people, maybe. Forever ago, I made a long thread on Twitter where I just posted about all the weird stuff TM in the Final Fantasy franchise that I could think of fine. Like the kid saying, I want to be Blitzer when I grow up in 10. I found out the earliest concept art for Chocobos in 2 looked so different. It was like they were these giant raw chicken-like beings. Whoa. That sounds cool. Also, I don't think I know the debug room in 7. Interesting. Accessing and analyzing recorded data. Integration complete. I have evaluated this most recent input and made comparisons to our discoveries in Radzat Han. Consistent only in their inconsistency, their responses from both contingent member and imperial citizen were highly irrational. Conversely, any Omicron considering their predicaments would have echoed my assessment exactly. The divergence from self-evident logic is key. Hypothesis. The illogical relationship between would-be saviors and suffering populace is another result of the unpredictable nature of mortal hearts. Any property or ability has inherent advantages and disadvantages, yet never have I encountered such a unique detriment. It appears that those who share your metaphysical capabilities are prone to complicating simple cognitive processes. Okay, you know what? An undesirable quality. I will, however, persist in furthering my understanding of the subject. Yay! Query. Prior to formulating our next step, I wish to know, who is this Licinia the Imperial mentioned? Oh, baby! Acknowledged. To summarize, insufficient data on foreign culture resulted in inadvisable and ultimately fatal action. I witnessed such self-destructive behavior during the course of our planetary conquests. Overwhelmed enemy forces would voluntarily withdraw into perilous regions, leading to a succession of inevitable losses. Tangential data request. I wish to learn about burial customs. The practice has ever seemed nonsensical, but new data suggests it arises from the same source as your cognitive complications. Take me to this Licinia's burial site. It may aid me in Uh-oh, he ran out of battery. Energy delivery systems compromised. Core temperature critically low. Put him on the fire. Warning. Immediate heating required. Request. Apply friction to outer frame. Alpha! Alpha! Alpha was wiggling away! I can post a video link. Oh yes, please do. I'm very intrigued. Yes, we need to get a sweatshirt for him. Or like get a little hand warmer and just like sellotape it on him. I don't know. Temperature, nominal. Energy levels, stabilizing. The creators of this model must have experienced impaired cognitive reasoning during the design process. Upon our return, I will request additional climate shielding as well as an accurate temperature sensor array. This will not affect my combat capabilities, but should improve my basic survival rate. Reconfirming sub-destination. In which direction will we find Victor's spoils? My dog has so many of them because she can't regulate her body heat because she's a silly little greyhound. Greyhounds are so little and silly and actually very large. And they are just the most sensitive little babies. Acknowledged.
Alpha, you are to remain in close proximity, close enough to envelop me in your feathers. You are permitted to carry me on your back if you so choose. Yay! I love best friends. I love best friends, being best friends.
Oh, she's a very large, silly little guy. She's actually a very tiny greyhound. They're only 60 pounds, baby. Also, I didn't say hello to them yesterday.
You're hanging out with Euless? That's cute.
I didn't expect to see the twins in Garlemald again. Like you, they risk life and limb to save the world, and some would say they've earned a lifetime of peace and quiet. Yet here they are. When they said they wished to help us, they truly meant it. And if even outsiders haven't given up on us, then how could we possibly give up on ourselves? The road to recovery will be long and hard, but we'll spare no effort. We'll rebuild Garlemald into a nation that all can be proud of. For those who are still here, as well as those who couldn't be.
Hackney, guess what? Just the other day, I tended to a beast terrorizing the station area, and afterwards the family came and thanked me. And on another occasion, soldiers of the 1st Legion taught me about the medicine they use. It's unlike anything I've seen in Eorzea. It's not all uplifting tales, of course, but every day I'm afforded the opportunity to grow. If only it weren't so cold all the time. It's cold in Garlemald? What?
Hackney, you came. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you. We've just begun our work here with the contingent and local volunteers. Our foremost priority is establishing the number of survivors and distributing vital supplies. As we continue our efforts, we will ensure that everything is done in consultation with the Garlean people. This is their nation after all, and theirs must be the hands that steer its course. I'm so proud of the three of you. You make me cry. I'm going the wrong way. It's because of the tears in my eyes. Euless, do you want to join the Scions, man? I'm just saying, there's like a free spot we can make. I mean, technically we're not together, so just like keep that on the down low. But like if we were together and you wanted a spot, I'm just saying, there's one for you. It would be nice if you can fly. Huh? Flying? It's too cold in Garlemald to fly, actually. There is no flying in this location because they felt like it wouldn't fit the terrain and the plot. So you actually can't fly in this area. Tutter and Krell are only half spots. Oh my god.
Hello, Alfino, Alice, my children. This little chocobo and the toy body of a deadly war machine are your new adopted siblings.
Oh, and also Eric. Eric is also your sibling. You can't see him because he's from the past, but like, just trust me, he's a very lovely boy. Many daddy issues, which you can talk to him about because you have overcome yours. So that's nice, isn't it? Friendship. Yay! Chocobo's feeties are freezing like Omega's. I put socks on him, don't worry. He's got socks on his feet. You just can't. Have I gone the wrong way? Yep. Down, 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 down. Oh. A deceptively deep snowdrift almost defeated me, but we have successfully arrived at the location you indicated. Caution advised. An unknown individual appears to be investigating the object of my interest.
You're Eorzea's champion, aren't you? Hakone Hickory.
That's so cute. Oh, I never introduced myself, did I?
I am Manius, soldier of the 1st Legion and comrade of Eulus. Perhaps you remember me from Tertium? We spoke about collecting ceruleum, and again later on after Lord Quintus had passed. Manius, explanation requested. What is the reason for your presence here? That must be the tiniest Magitech weapon no.
It's just an oddly shaped communicator, isn't it?
In any case, I have nothing worthy to report. I heard that the sisters who used to live in my sector were buried here, so I thought I'd come and pay my respects. Alfino and Alice told me the story, complete with profuse apologies, though they were adamant that no amount of remorse could erase the tragedy of what came to pass. Not that my fellow soldiers and I are in any place to judge. We were manipulated, fooled into starting an insurrection which led to countless deaths among our own countrymen. Objection. The casualties incurred through your infighting are distinct from those caused by the Ilsabar contingent. To restate, you are justified in seeking restitution from the contingent for causing the deaths of Licinia and her sister. Retaliation for damages sustained is also a logical progression. I can deduce 2 reasons why you do not initiate hostilities with Hakone and her allies. 1. You judge your remaining forces too weakened to contend effectively with the contingent. 2. Your emotions are complicating the issue. Omega, honey, tell me, which of these is correct? What I know about 14, gathered in fragments from your 14 streams. 1. Every player is a warrior of light. 2. There is a karmic couch. 3. Another guy who doesn't like both. A dad who went through the worst divorce in history. There's a little robot guy, and I can look after myself, you know. And I've had enough of this rabble. Come on. Yeah. Honestly, that's the whole game. That's it. You've done it. Well, when you lay it out like that. I'm afraid my answer isn't like to win me any medals, so would you mind keeping this to yourselves? Have you seen the Xenos Boba Tea yet? Yes. Yes. I watched it yesterday and it changed my life. It is... The line of like, I will raise the straw to different levels to feel something actually just cracks me up so much. I cannot. It's so good. Maybe I want sickeningly sweet and then I want nothing. I've not seen the launch trailer, no. There's the unspoken thought that we're outmatched on the battlefield, certainly. But the real reason I'm not demanding restitution has little to do with weighing the odds. The simple truth is I'm so caught up with simple survival that I've no strength to spare for past grievances. The same goes for avenging any comrades we've lost, be that my brothers in arms or Lord Quintus himself. Although it seems everyone has an opinion about the manner of his passing. Some say he should have fought until the end, that he abandoned us to the enemy. Others praise him for taking the full burden of responsibility and freeing us to walk our own path. I don't know who's right and who's wrong, but I'm inclined to side with the latter. He gave us the choice of freedom, and that's the choice I made. I could cry and rant and rage, but what would be the point? I'll save my energy for worrying about my next meal, my next task. I need to focus on the ones left behind, on making some kind of life for my comrades and me. And if I need to lean on the contingent to do that, then that's what I'll do. Even if their aid comes at a price, I'm willing to pay it. Even amongst your own, there are times when cooperation demands compromise. What matter that they're outsiders? Besides, I think I could grow to like Elfino and Alice. They've reached out to us with kindness and compassion from the very beginning. That's my baby. Summation. Your desire to survive, even should it mean allying with the contingent, was a feeling you already harbored. That your side had committed worse atrocities was the logic you invented later to justify your reasoning. Blunt, but accurate, I suppose. The heart is honest about what it wants, even if the mind takes a while to reconcile the decision. Well, this has been oddly cathartic, but I must return to my duties. There are wild beasts to cull, watchfires to light, supplies to transport. Even without an emperor, there's no rest for an imperial. Be well and stay safe. You as well. Upon review of recent input, I have arrived at an unexpected conclusion. I have been formulating my assessments on the premise that it was man who commanded the strength of his heart, but the data suggests the opposite is true. The surge of spirit, of feelings, of emotions can entangle your thoughts to such a degree that even control your own behavior is compromised. Over your own behavior. It seems a most counterproductive specification. Right, dude? Do you ever think about the way that Xenos pronounces boba? The boba. He's incredible. He's perfect. This also explains why my interactions with mortal subjects have produced more confusion than clarification. It presents a formidable barrier to understanding. I always hate to. You would. You know what? You would. So yeah, that adds up. Was it because of the way he pronounced boba or other reasons? My earlier hypothesis has been borne out. The suboptimal operation being conducted here is the result of emotionally compromised reasoning. I am all ready to progress to my third and final query. I would learn more about those referred to as ancients. No, that's like cool. Let's do that. It is clear that this group was a crucial factor to the final days, but the information contained in the report was insufficient to form an overview. The Loperids. Oh, okay, we can go see the Loperids. I guess I can't take you to the past. I guess that makes sense. The Loperids are creations of the ancients and are said to maintain repositories of their knowledge. By my calculations, the base of these moon dwellers will continue the best source of additional data. Teleport us to their burrow, Hakane, preferably before my battery freezes over. And if this is the second time you've made the exact same sound as my bird in environment. I simply wish to be a voice actor one day, but not a voice actor that voices any characters. I just want to be some, like, screaming, horrible beast in a FromSoft game. You know? I know, on Alpha's eye is just the cutest. Like, look at him. Your teleportation spell was successful. We appear to have arrived at the location described as Bestway's Burrow. You're doing already a screaming horrible beast to us. Thank you. That's really sweet. And I'm just voicing the Kurg beast in every role. Yes. An inspection of the technology in use here would give me detailed insight into the ancients and their civilization. This body, however, lacks my previous frame's advanced observational functionality. I will require external assistance.
Hmm? No, it can't be. It is you! Oh, Hakone, I've missed you so. What's this you've brought with you? This soft, feathery vision. We've been outfluffed. Pack up the moon, it's all over. Why bother with burrow building bunnies when you could walk around with this adorable avian engineer? Just bake me into a pie and be done with it.
I already have like 600 rabbit pies. Truly, it's fine. No.
Inspect our inventions? Wait, so you're not done with us? I wasn't truly worried, of course, and I certainly wasn't about to roll myself in dough and give in to Cooking Way's new oven.
And give into. Cooking Way really wants to learn how to make a rabbit pie.
If a technical breakdown is what you need, then I am your Loperit. As the resident atmospheric regulation expert, I can field any question or query you might care to pose.
Acceptable. I will employ this being to guide me around the facilities. Your presence is not mandatory. Even locked within my current chassis, I am still an autonomous construct that has endured hundreds of your life cycles. I am capable of completing this objective alone. Living Way voice my favorite, well no JK, Living Way voice is number 2, nobody else. How could anyone beat Umbrellas though? Like in anything, really. Objective complete.
What happened to Gurnway? Did you eat him?
After my 50th question, his responses began to suffer noticeable delays. By that stage, we had viewed a representative cross-section of Loperit engineering, thus I deemed it unnecessary to retain his company.
Oh, baby!
Conclusion. Extrapolating from the fraction of technology on display, the full spectrum of the Ancients' advancements was, at minimum, equivalent to a level 4 civilization, a fact which demands further investigation. Despite establishing a near-ideal society, these beings nevertheless harbored a weakness which invited self-destruction. In studying them, I stand to gain a greater understanding of Sir's anomalous decision. Growing Way informed me that another type of ancient-made entity exists upon this satellite, the one they call the Watcher. I would speak to him.
He's very lovely, and you can't be mean to him because I'll be sad, okay? And I know it's not your fault, but like he is trying so hard.
Then conserve your ether. We will ride this Argos to our destination as you have suggested.
I probably won't be allowed to see it, but I wish I could. Unless... Unless... Did it make it really cause the Loperates lose patience? I think he literally asked enough questions that the Loperates had nothing more to say, which is kind of incredible, really. Also, I hope Growing Way is okay.
Hi Argos, are you ready to shepherd us across the stars and these two lovely guys as well?
Omega is so talented. Is the final phase of Top just Omega asking us questions until we get tired? Yeah. Yes, absolutely, Temple.
Quack 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 quack.
Impedance detected. The creature identified as Argos refuses to acknowledge our presence. Oh, you have to like go back in time, defeat his owner in one-to-one combat, and then he'll like you, okay?
Hypothesis. Upon our arrival, Growing Way expressed concern that he had been outfluffed. This suggests the existence of a fluff-based hierarchy. My station in such a system would be predictably low, but Argos is adamant in ignoring even Alpha. Its fluffiness level is impossible to gauge.
Argos turns to you with an impassive gaze. It seems you will need to intervene.
Hello. You're the fluffiest of them all, dear Argos. My little puppy. You're the best.
Argos gives an exasperated snort before motioning to his back. It seems you have permission to climb aboard.
Come on, everyone.
You have secured the creature's permission. Curious. Is it your fluffy tail which provides such exemplary standing in the hierarchy? Yes. I have allowed myself to become distracted. Thank you! Thank you so much! It's a Hagen Fox raid, let's go! Thank you so much! What were you up to today? What were you streaming? Just so you know, there are big 14 spoilers happening right now, so please close your eyes if you do not wish to witness them, because, oh boy, they're big. They're big. Yes, I haven't read any of the side stories yet because I'm too sensitive. But I do really want to read them. Also, I really want to read the Shadowbringers one that's from, I think it's from Omega's point of view. I really want to read it now because of this side quest. Don't worry, we're all caught up. Good. What were you up to? I hope you had a good stream. Thanks so much for the raid. I love that some races have a special dialogue option on why we have a special standing in the fluff hierarchy, right?
Hop on.
I want to see this beautiful flight, but I don't think we will, which is fine. But I just am imagining Alpha on Argos, and it's very cute. We did lots of jumping in the moon. Oh my god, I was doing that yesterday. I hope you had a blast. Oh. I hope you had an amazing time.
Quack, 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 quack.
The Watcher located. An estimate of this being's height explains the inconvenient scale of Bestway's Burrow.
Hello, my old friend. Are you okay? I missed you. You're the best.
I was bemused by the arrival of these small visitors, but I see they are companions of yours. What a rare thing for my abode to be thus crowded. How may I be of service to you? Hello, Watcher. My purpose here is to learn more about the ancients.
Down, 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 I would know of their deeds, their philosophies, the very nature of their hearts. I would understand why the final days was visited upon my home star. What the endeavor! But there is another better suited to assisting you with that task. Perhaps you might favor us with a tale or two of the ancient you met during your travels, Hakone. My fragmented memories would be a pale substitute indeed for the clarity of your more recent experiences. Yes, I can envision every detail. Your meeting with Vanar and Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus, the sorrow and determination of Hermes. I am a creation of Hydaelyn, and as such, I believe the age of the ancients would fade and be forgotten. Yet knowing that their memory lives so vividly within you, it brings me great joy. I pray you keep them close to your heart. At the time of your journey to the past, the one whose essence I embody would have been a scholar at Anida. A shame. Had you reason to go there, perhaps you might have met. As a man of learning, he was firm friends with Vanar. They spent long hours trading theories or debating the laws of the universe. I remember joining her faction as the final days bore down upon us, yet of the events surrounding that tragedy I recall precious little. Hydaelyn wished for the people of your age to decide upon their own path. Thus, I suspect my recollection was limited by design. Yet even she could not cut away one persistent memory. I feel most distinctly his sadness at what was to come to pass, that in becoming Hydaelyn's heart, Vanar would forever stand apart from the people she so loved. If she was so resolved in her convictions, then he too would share her sleepless vigil over the future yet to unfold. Thus was the vow he made to Vanar as her transformation took hold. His fervent wish must have reached her in some fashion, for though his life was drained away by the summoning, he was reborn with new form and new purpose when I awoke as the Watcher of the Moon. And you heard, Hakone. You felt, you thought, and in seizing the future for yourselves have you brought full circle the saga which Vanar began. No. What you accomplished was no divine miracle. It was but the beacon of hope, passed down from one generation to the next, a succession of wishes and prayers reshaping the star into the world we knew you deserved. You have our deepest gratitude. I thank you not only as myself, but as the man I once was, and on behalf of those who devoted themselves to Vanar's vision. I understand the facts of your story, Hakone, but not how you have chosen to process them. On what grounds do you speak of Vanar with such fondness?
Little freaks.
Little freak.
Little freaks.
What is up with these little freaks, man? Thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What about second breakfast? I hope you're well. Thank you so much for the support. That's so sweet. Thank you.
By sundering the world, she ultimately guided your kind to victory, yet in doing so caused irreparable damage to its individual members. The full scale of that act is beyond calculation. It is evident, however, that it resulted in a protracted period of suboptimal existence for Emmett Selk and his brethren.
Yeah, it was kind of suboptimal, I guess. Now you put it like that. Yeah, sure. Wow.
Query: if the survival of your kind is the deciding factor in your evaluation, then should you not also admire Hermes and his decision to subject man to a trial, forcing you to change or perish, as was the fate of countless civilizations before you? From my perspective, his determination was similar to that of the Omicron's ancestors, those who began first trading flesh for machine, so that our people might stand against the onslaught of aggression from other races. It was an unprecedented attempt, accompanied by much failure and sacrifice. Their early experiments were crude, primitive. Had they not made those first advances, however, we would have remained vulnerable to our environment. The violence would have utterly consumed us. And what of Emmett Selk himself? Judging by your retelling, he was a benevolent ally saddled with tragic fate. Yet I remember the years when my instruments fed me data from events across the entire star. During that time, I witnessed his Ascians engineer multiple instances of cataclysmic strife. These calamities, as you know them, were responsible for planet-wide destruction. A man whose endgame relied upon the extinction of all modern mortals must, by definition, be your worst enemy. I require an answer. As a being of heart and soul, how do you classify each of these pivotal figures? From your perspective, which of them was most justified in their actions?
Well, don't actually. They were all justified, but also none of them were. But also, I want to see what you answer to every single one of these, but I'll do that in rewatching the scene. What is my favorite? Oh, my favorite is different from the answer. I'm so glad they give them all. If they didn't give them all, I would be so mad, like legit. If you don't answer Hermes, I will scream and rail at its squareness.
I think I understand. You seek a definitive answer. Yet, based on our experiences, Hakane and I might develop very different opinions. In the same fashion, you are free to form your own thoughts on the matter. Do not be so swift to consider them without merit.
I clicked 5, but 1 is fair. Did they have the exact same response if you do 5 or 1?
I do not have my own thoughts on the matter. I assess each situation with the same logic pathways available to every Omicron. Even if 1,000 Omicrons were asked to analyze the same event, they would all return the same result, regardless of individual experience. There is no strength to be found in fractured reasoning. Nonetheless, I find your input valuable.
So big.
Recording data alongside interview results. This concludes my investigation into the incomplete elements of the final day's report. I will reanalyze the accumulated information and examine the factors which led to Sir's incomprehensible decision. Let us return to Thalmazin.
It's always I see, that kind of sucks. I wish there was like a reflection on the answer a little bit. But maybe we'll have that in the end.
It was pleasant to hear your tales of Elpis. Should you ever need an audience familiar with the subject, I would be glad to listen to more of your recollections.
Oh.
Even with one's gaze fixed upon the future, we oft-times find our thoughts drifting to the past. 'Tis a shame that Heidelin never chose to speak of it.
Oh, I will visit whenever you want. I promise. Literally whenever. I'll be there. I'll tell you everything. I'll do every side quest and I'll tell you about all of them, I promise. Makes sense though. Oh no, I definitely wouldn't want like any implication on a right answer for sure. I just wonder if it's like if it could give insight into like different elements of the Warrior of Light's thinking, you know? But that is partly very much just because I love like Warrior of Light characterization and like what they might think about certain things. Because I guess I see the Warrior of Light kind of like Joker in Persona 5, where like every single answer is something that they believe, but it's just like the different, like that all of his answers make up his personality, but just kind of which one you choose is the version of Joker that he's putting out there. Where every option is in character with a different complexions, yeah. So true, Alpha. So true, Omega. Ah, sorry. Come back. Yeah. Is very much a roleplay answer, like, is you're well more or less willing to give weight to others' motivations in comparison to their own compass? Yeah. Ah, there you are, right at the last moment. Your journey with Omega was properly educational, I hope? We'd planned to ask you all about it, and that mystery transmission besides, but I'm afraid something urgent has come up. Seems one of our Ironworks associates has fouled up a job elsewhere, and Jesse needs Wedge and me to rush in and lend a hand. There's an airship already waiting for us out in the harbour, in fact. Do you think you could escort us over there and talk as we walk? Acceptable. I am fully capable of speech during ambulation. I figured you might be. Right, let's get a move on then. Why? 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 So you've cleared up these, oh my god, all these points of confusion then. Oh, fuck. I had mistakenly classified your intangible heart as an ability of some kind. An uncanny power that Omicrons could neither learn nor even measure. Even now, its full nature yet eludes my comprehension. Based upon our investigations, however, I have decided to alter my definition.
A phenomenon which influences one's interpretation of reality. That is as close to an answer as I have found. Accordingly, Sir's actions upon meeting Meteon strongly indicate the presence of a heart. Sir did not follow routine logic, but formulated an independent assessment based upon the reality it perceived. It felt that the best recourse for the Omicrons was to cease their expansion and terminate all functions. Well, here's our ship. I need to be going, but first, I'll hold you to a bargain, Omega. It's time you told us what was in that transmission from the flight logs. Acknowledged. I will uphold the terms of our agreement.
Stop playing the song! I hate this song so much, man. Oh. The recording salvaged from the Ragnarok was a simple one. The message is so basic, in fact, that the time spent listening to it may result in a net loss of value. Shall I continue? Ugh. Now you're just teasing. Tell us the message already. Acknowledged. This song is evil and horrible, and I just hate it. Converting dialect coding to local language. It is! It's my favorite song in the game, and I think it's awful. To whomever receives this message out there in the vast reaches of the cosmos. To someone, I hope, who looks up at the stars with the same wistful gaze as mine. To you I say, forge ahead. May all our tomorrows be blessed with joy. This message had no designated recipient. It lacks purpose. The concept of joy is overly abstract. The vocal supplication to manifest said joy is unrealistic in its optimism. Yet based upon their expressions, my assessment of the transmission's value conflicts with its apparent impact. And still, I fail to understand you, sir. Your heart still confuses me. Was termination of everything the correct course? How did you arrive at this conclusion? It defies all my attempts at reasoning. But I was designed to evolve. If I continue to learn, then the probability that I eventually comprehend this phenomenon is greater than 0. So I will put the dilemma of your decision aside for now. And continue my existence upon this distant star. As I dwell among these many life forms, so will I continue to piece together the complete shape of their mortal hearts. I must document their progress. I love Yellow Quest, man, what the fuck? Your contribution to my education is appreciated, Hakane. Indeed, I have amassed a satisfying quantity of valuable data. Now that our negotiated business is complete, however, Alpha and I will return to traveling the world. Drawing on recent experience, I am confident we can expand the radius of our ventures by a significant margin. Great, very cool. We need not limit ourselves to Eorzea. I am now familiar with Sharlayan and Radzat Han and would also like to revisit the freezing climes of Garlem. I neglected to instruct Biggs and Wedge to update my climate shielding. I will reroute my request to Deputy President Jesse. Engaging ambulation and parting salutations. Farewell, Hakane. Alpha gives a vigorous shake and draws forth a scrap of paper from under his wing. Come here. It seems he wants you to have it. Perhaps this is his way of thanking you. Why am I crying over receiving an orchestration role? I just want it, like, the suffering inside my heart to end, and I just want it to be over, and I just wish it would. This game is so good and bad, and I hate it. Swiftly, Alpha. The road is long and we have barely begun our journey.
It's your birthday today. Hannah! It's your birthday today.
I forgot. No.
Away with
Share toast with your closest mates.
Thank you so much for the 1,500 bits.
Going to shower and then watch Grave of Fireflies.
Good luck.
Wish my eyes look cause I've already cried today cause I had a dream my late cat Stood was still alive. But anyway, hope you can use these bits to cheer de-stress. Good night, Louise.
I'm sorry that you cried, but I always find it very beautiful of our pets or people visiting us in our dreams.
Thank you so much for the bits. Have a wonderful day. I hope it's very good. Thank you so much. I like to imagine this is Ishikawa's favorite track because she asks a lot of players to wait till the end of the credits, such that the final walk with all the ancients song play with that song. I did not do that. Although, honestly, I didn't do that. And I'm really not mad that I didn't, because the song I got, like, I don't know what, like, magic happened with the timing of it all, but every single, like, cut was on the song, like, changing. And it was, like, actually perfection. Like Flow Together, I prefer the song, but I'm not gonna lie, for that scene, I prefer what I got to flow together. It was incredible. Yeah, it was Heavensward, and I don't know how, but it just worked so well that I would prefer that over Flow Together. It was insane. However, sorry, Ishikawa, you're the greatest, and you're right, and I'm wrong. Anyway, that was a beautiful yellow quest. Also, fuck yellow quests. I think the chocolate sea was horrible. Oh my god, I didn't at all. I prefer it to Flow Together for sure. I got Dragon Song, so it was similar in tone. Thank you for the follows as well. The quest, I mean, but all of it, indeed. The quest was very beautiful. Anywho, that's it for today. Ooh, Wayward Daughter. That would be pretty cool. That would be a lot of emotions emotioning. My god. Yes. Yes. I got Aldar because I'm a dirty credit skipper, as you freaking should. Honestly, hearing the Aldar song was, really, like, I don't know, it hit me with so much nostalgia and emotion, so I think it's kind of beautiful. I like it. And also, I'm sorry, I don't want to watch 40 minutes of credits ever. I don't think I could ever do that for any game. That's too much. I couldn't do it. Or I would have to like leave and do something else while it was happening. That and one other yellow quest were advertised pre-Endwalker launch. Oh wow. Ishikawa L. Ishikawa's 1L was making the credits too long. Oof. Damn. Crazy. My tears, I know, right? Ishikawa is just too good. I can barely watch movies. 40 minutes of credits would kill me on the spot, right? No. You should enjoy the credits. If you do, treasure them. Fills me with fear, but you should. Yotsu tears, yeah, true tears. Thank you for the posture check, which I absolutely should listen to right after I end stream. Thank you all so much. I hope you all have the most wonderful... A second, Ishikawa. We can't just start slandering Ishikawa now. No, it can't happen. Thank you all so much. I hope you have the best rest of your days and a wonderful weekend. I shall be doing many editings over the next couple days because I'm so close to a new YouTube video and it will be good. And yes, and now I sleep.
Thank you so much for checking out. Have a good one. Bye bye, friends. Goodbye.